Alright. Level 30 today then. Sure. Automated response. Yeah. Classic. Sure. They only fully upgraded. Now you got her full there, damn son. She's still worse than Bilo, is she? I saw some people using her though. Maybe with some of the gear or something, you can get something good going there. Yeah, the AoE heal is probably worse though, but like the target heal maybe not too bad. I told you Pele is nice. Pele is nice apparently. A 4-star especially. There was some like in Genshin too back in the day. Some of the 4-stars that are kinda nice in some particular situations, you know. I need the combo. What will be the combo for her though? Alright, let's get some side stuff there. Alright. Archives. 3 are missing. Find these videotapes. Alright, let's go. Track of number of these tapes, like my life depends on it. Alright, sure, fine. Accommodating young fellas like you nowadays, Let's go. Producers of those videotapes implanted some defense mechanisms. Honkai is. It's a trap, damn son. The references. The references. Alright, sure. So much of a trap, just a result of constant arms race between the researchers vying to be the best of what they do. Sure. Malicious baits. See what they say. Should be maybe something, someone who has like Pele for example. Was it? No, it wasn't Pele. It was with the weapon, I think, for Pele and that like class of characters that increases damage the more the debuffs on enemy. But there is something for boss like this. So if you put like the heal over time, and consider the buff. So you're gonna boost someone. Quest is interesting. See. Oh yeah, the daily quest too. All of them, sure. Might as well get this one. One moment, what was the... Let's do this one real quick. This one is usually fast. The daily stuff. Oh yeah, 1 second. What's the stamina? Need not to be capped. Alright, it's far from kind of being capped. That's fine. That is good. Oh, like the food will be fine. Like on Tuesday, I'll need to go to my dad and grandma. Right now, food is still kind of fucked. A golden green object. The train good enough for that? Do you mean this shit? That's yellow and green rather. I would say. I guess that will do. Sure. Yeah, shield at the ult, I see. Yeah, but heal over time should be good. Should be effective enough. Ghepardo. Gepard and Serval. The cat family. Alright, let's see here. Gold and green here too. Oh, there's the videotapes here too. While I'm at it. The establishment heard the Department of Galactic Geopolitics. Nobody is regarded as the standard. The will of man will withdraw from history accordingly. Main character is slow. To get like the speed up thingies there. Strong yet demanding the rules and power defines justice. The Department of Galactic Geopolitics wants to oppose the status quo with the strong ruling over the weak. Its rights and interests ignored by the UNs will be upheld by us. Those who are trampled will receive our help. Commit to rebuilding the value of justice for humans in the galaxy. Proposal of the two fathers, Gon Kanalov and Sheila Nova. Voice finishes. There is already applause and jeers in the conference room. So they are the Kanalevs of Department of Galactic Geopolitics. At a passionate event, you see countless handshakes in front of the camera until you hear someone call out a name. Sheila, a powerful voice calls out, in by background noises that are hard to separate from it, as if inextricably intertwined. Is the most direct proof of the power of the eons. The face of the destruction of the planet, the justice sought by men, is laughably insignificant. You struggle to distinguish the name Sheila. You are drowned out by the murmurs in the background. Well, I mean, she's also like not super fast herself, I would say, though. To speed others up, unless you already have like the ulti prepared beforehand. Sound familiar, Splitting a headache, forcing to give up the thought. Sure. What are we looking for here, though? What do we even want here? Oh wait, 1 gold and 1 green each. Oh, so it's like just green now or something. I did. Let's see, put here. Can actually go fast there. Okay, just plants, alright. Can you take other plants, brother? There's plenty of other ones. Videotape, alright. Used to be falling into empty space without being or in them. Camera eventually gets focused. Now you're looking at the vast hinterland of the universe through a standard issue navigation visor. Distance is a bright blue dot like condensed water droplet. Recognize it as a Herta space station. Next second, crystallite cracks spread silently across the screen, and dim blue flickers and monsters spread all over the sky. The silent planet begins to crack slowly apart. Then comes the flashback from a baby crying in the cradle to the joyous laughter of the resentment of teenage years and the space station's cold reflection before the final departure. See, life flashes before your eyes at the final moment of your life. Video undoubtedly records the last moments of a diseased person's life. Struggle to pull yourself out of the immersive dark mode, then all you hear is intermittent cosmic radio. Seems to be calling a name you cannot hear clearly. Watching someone's memory. Kind of name you cannot hear clearly. Let's see. Now I need also more assortment of characters. There's some elements I don't even have still. That's not a very poog. Gotta get them all, all the elements at least. Yeah. Whatever. That'll be a hook anyway. Roll the purple. Okay, I don't have this one. Don't have this one. Not really. A bit more thinking.
Do you know who I am? It's Big Diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Good enough.
How am I gonna get that time back?
Good enough. No, its up supply zone is wide open and the spacecraft is still under control. Faint glimmers from the neutrino explosions stain the platform a shade of yellow. Disturbing silence, you hear increasing the rapid breathing. Breathe, run, open the hatch, load the navigation interface and move on to the next one until you're stopped by a pair of hands. It belonged to a young geopolitics researcher with eyes like an eagle's. The castle has been destroyed, he says. The most direct proof of the power of the eons. In the face of the destruction of the planet, the justice sought by man is laughably insignificant. That's his voice. Now that the cosmic route is blocked by that thing, there's no chance he can rush back to your home planet to sound an alarm before the Antimatter Legion arrives. If you do that, you will be intercepted along the way by some evil monster with nothing but a desire to destroy. Promise me don't go back to die. Stay here, continue our research. Next second, research is pushed aside and an intact aircraft can be seen behind him. Amidst the noise of the liftoff, you hear the geopolitics researcher shout out a name as though they've heard it before on the radio. Sorry, I'm tired. The voice comes through the noisy radio. Space station chose to remain neutral in the invasion by the Legion. No reinforcements will arrive. If you can, please return as soon as possible according to the scheduled route. Do you hear me? Not the first time Legion played the bad guys. True. The Minley name is repeated on the cosmic radio. No answer. The names seem to be related. There seem to be records of different stages of life of the same person. Actually, no idea, Puri. Not sure. Not sure. Space radio calls Sheila pursue justice for a doomed planet geopolitics researcher. Sense in your mind suddenly become broken and disordered, and your vision in the dark cabin gradually becomes distorted and strange. Splitting headache and then lose consciousness. Teleport us back. Medical cabin of the space station. Because I've accounted with improper information. Can you tell me what information you've been exposed to? Life of a diseased, life of a person named Sheila. Whatever it is, I've cleared the mental contamination for you. Now you'd better go for a walk and see if you have any other symptoms. With me. Sure. A little speed there. Zero zone, let's continue. Same problem this time. Seem to keep forgetting things lately. Many times before, it is very normal to forget things sometimes. I've been forgetting basic things like my birthday, who my friends are, how I came to the space station. Fine, just to reassure you, I'll give you a full body scan using the capsule treatment module this time. Nothing wrong with your physical functions. The contrary, they're a little too perfect. Of course, that's your gift. After all, having a talent is not an unusual occurrence, and your talent seems to be your physical health. So, in turn, it's only fair that you might have a poor memory. Such a perfect physical condition, better keep this on file. Let me take a record of this. What's your name? Dr. John, my name is Sheila Nova. The one and only. John is definitely not ordinary forgetfulness. It's like someone stole my memories overnight. I run into the Memo Snatcher. About those radicals in the garden recollection, nothing those guys wouldn't do to get hold of other people's memories. As they're doing, ordinary treatment is not going to work. As far as I know, Memo Snatchers have never been seen in the space station. Embarrassing, a memory stolen. No courage. Good one, sir, and I'm sure what I have forgotten is very important. Even questions like who am I? The way I see that won't matter as long as it doesn't affect your research. A memory expert here, do we? I'd like to see what treatment you can come up with them that even the medical staff don't know. Never left the space station. Sir, never left the space station since I was born. Don't think I'll leave the space station until my soul returns to the galaxy. Lover or husband, sir, hope to contribute my everything to the Department of Galactic Geopolitics, including my health, my dreams, and my passion. You're the founder of it, though. Not just a guide in the Department of Galactic Geopolitics, responsible for passing on the rules made by the big shots in the space station. Flattered by a question, though. There is one. Okay, I see. Interesting. Totally one. Try to get that. Oh, memory expert, aren't you gonna cast a memory restoration spell? Sound like you're doing a survey. And what's with the videos? Videos are records of Sheila's past. So as I know, all those videos are records of someone's personal experience. I mean, those videos you saw are backups of research of Sheila's life. Elaborate on what you saw. It's horrible, I don't remember any of these things, and it's like listening to someone else's life. Sorted out for you guys. So in the video, Sheila is the founder of the Department of Galactic Geopolitics, and she left the space station and died on the way back to her home planet to warn its inhabitants about the invasion of the Legion. Which doesn't match the sport person in front of us at all. It's someone with the same name. The Department of Galactic Geopolitics has registered the names of all its staff. I'm sure there's no one with the same name as me in the database. How you remember this so well? It's very strange. There's also an image that I remember very clearly above all else. Around the security monitors loom within the dark room. The scene goes on forever without beginning or an end, and it's as though someone forced this image into my mind, but at the same time it feels like a complete memory. As fate has brought us together, I have a request. Help me get to the place in my memories and find those security monitors. I hunch that if I can just find the security monitors, everything will become clear. Sure. It's 5 stars too, I see, alright. Trying to snipe the one with that element then. Yeah, both patients had potential short-term amnesia and other had a temporary disturbance of consciousness. Find this room at all, then maybe I'm losing my mind. Wasn't it where we were collecting those memories? Nice, different one. Can you actually get through this maybe better? If you get like the dying choice. You know how that one looks really. But I mean I can assume that you can probably. And maybe that might be the only reliable way to do it. If you really want to go for it. Exactly how she described the place. Sure.
This song's for you. Keep up.
Who invited you? Do you know who I am?
But last time.
Diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Stuff here. The screen doesn't seem to be the security monitor Sheila was talking about. Nothing. Gun kinda live. Now a guy that inherited the Department of Galactic Geopolitics is the child to identify justice researchers from the space station. Parents were both killed in the war against the Lord Ravager's destruction of her home planet, Miniature. Kankanadeva has raised her since her birth. She has gotten a proper and comprehensive education in the field of justice and has made it her a mission to propagate the moral ideals of the Department of Galactic Geopolitics. Always righteous and proper in her conduct, and she's never pessimistic in the face of injustice. Runs thought experiments on ethics in the space station on a regular basis. Thought experiments. Vacation seems so pathetic in contrast to her real life. Her code of conduct will be passed down to future generations. Dialogue lines. Sheila Noah, only guide in the Department of Galactic Geopolitics in charge of enforcing the regulations established by the space station leaders on a regular basis. Pledge myself the Department of Galactic Geopolitics and to justice itself with my held dreams and greater passions. I've never left the space station since my birth. Don't think I'll leave the station until my soul returns to the galaxy. Honkai character script. Enoch, dialogue. She's a NPC. Honkai. And they want more 4-star. Let's see who they say. All the 5-stars, yeah. I mean, you have some at least. Hey, you have some at least. Up to late, everything's been dealt with them. Now the information. From the Department of Galactic Geopolitics came temporarily took over the authority of the medical cabin, saying he knows how to cure Sheila. In return for letting him use the medical cabin, he helped our department compile a list of patient confidentiality clauses. And with that, and no matter how influential the visitor is, must follow the department's rules. This will greatly improve the privacy of doctors and patients alike. Be a bad guy. You say that, although judging by your anxious look, you don't seem to be lying. You can sort it out with him face to face. You're in a rush, whatever department is involved, and you can deal with your own problems. You can switch your language for audio, yeah, of course. Always good, eh? They always good, eh? In a generation too. Like in the options, like literally just there. Language settings, yeah, text and voice. There you go. He or she. He's in Korean, I say. Ah, see. Got reminded I wanted to do something, and then I already get this. This. Okay, 12 hours. Might as well. Let's farm these, I can exchange them later. Transform into other stuff. See what they say. Do it, so do it. And treatment on this young guy from Department of Galactic Geopolitics. Do you have a good reason for breaking in here? And treatment, a little accident, nothing serious. Temporary lost consciousness, but her vitals are okay. Search John, I thought we had already reached this consensus before. Sheila will return to normal very soon, provided that you wait outside. Introduce myself yet. I'm Gon, the founder of the Department of Galactic Geopolitics. As you can see, I have the knowledge and authority that matches my age. Don't leave, I will have security take you away on the grounds of interfering with medical procedures. Nothing you can do, my authority is higher than mine, second only to the likes of Chief Arlen. Let's wait outside for now. Oh, look at what I have here. They have my manuscript. I distinctly remember putting it away a long time ago. You may have misunderstood its content. In the truth, I am a theater enthusiast. I've written a play or two myself in my spare time. A pure fiction. Lot of doubts about me. Don't we have a chat? Maybe we can be friends. It's alright, if you have anything important to say, spill it. Reciting the script you wrote in advance. I've spoken to her, it's very observant of you. People wouldn't notice this without paying close attention. I put it this way, I wrote that so-called script by imitating Sheila's speech. It's still fictional. Clear up any misunderstandings you may have. Oh yeah, the free shit on the website. That's actually good. I usually always do, but I think this day I did not yet. Let me see. I think I did not. I did not indeed. Good. And another one. I wonder if you can get 2 light cones from the event on the website. If you can get 2 light cones, that would be nice. You can overimpose then. Alright, free stuff here. Sick. Nah, not yet. I'll try to get 2 light cones from the web event. If that will work, that will be good. Because I think like 4-star gear is also nice, but I think light cones are better. Hey Fairy-On, good morning. How are you doing? Manuscript tells about mysterious experiment. So-called experiment is just a part of my hobby, and people like gardening, I prefer to write plays. Surely you can be so naive as to think this has anything to do with what you see here right now, are you? Ulterior motives. Personal speculation. Have any other evidence? If not, there's no need to continue this conversation. Intuition. I've always been accurate. You're talking about it's not a residual effect of watching those videos? Right, the videos. What videos? What you talking about? So you on the videos, and what? How could you have seen Gun in Sheila's videos? With their age difference, if you saw a young Gun in the video, Sheila must have been a baby at the time, but that's not what she saw. Thus the Sheila in front of us now is neither the owner of the videos nor the real Sheila Nova. There's a so-called conspiracy of some kind of experiment, then it can only mean one thing: she's impersonating Sheila under false pretenses. And she is strictly following Gun's script. It all makes sense now. You too, I must say this is all very entertaining to watch. As I found the video, I suppose I can't hide it anymore. Who would have thought this tiny experiment of mine could attract so much interest? What's next might surprise you, but no matter what you see or hear, please be patient until the end. Sure. Sheila, reconnect. I have something to ask you. Yes, Mr. Gunn, but I don't feel so good. Are you okay? I can give her some instructions like pray, sing, or shout. Be sure to do what I say first. Remember, the instructions include pray, sing, and shout. Yep, son. Got the Heart of Department Galactic Geopolitics. Alright, Sheila, sing. The heck is going on? A person may have guessed by now. This all happened because I was too idealistic with my initial experiment design. I thought I could restore Sheila to her original self, relying only on a script and some technology. Unfortunately, limited script will never be able to simulate a person's natural reaction in the real world. So I tried letting her watch videos from the past, hoping that she could get a better understanding of how to be human. I didn't expect Sheila, or should I say Prototype 157, to become so human. Started to think more and more like a real person. Even realized that another Sheila who looked exactly like her once existed in this world. That was when she began to doubt her own existence. Dangerous for an android. An android. Her body scan showed that her parameters were almost perfect, like a well-calibrated machine. That's right, the experiment I referred to is the perfect recreation of a young Sheila standing before you. Modeled after the co-founder of the Department of Galactic Geopolitics and the love of my life, Sheila Nova, died in the vast ocean of stars a long time ago. The reason I made Prototype 157 is that I wanted to make up for my regret of not saving my true love when I had the chance. She found out that she is not a real person. In order to prevent cognitive confusion, I had to erase her memory again and again to restore her settings and maintain her normal operation. Still remember where you hid her information. I underestimated her, or rather, she has surpassed my imagination. I found out that Sheila was being treated by researcher Joanne in the medical cabin. I came as soon as I could to try to fix her cognition once again. Does fix go? Many possibilities. Maybe she'll finally live according to the script once and for all, or perhaps she will continue the cycle, fall into another amnesia and begin to seek help until the next fix. No matter how we deal with Sheila, I beg you please don't make this experiment public. The ethical issues are bound to be investigated by the Department of Galactic Geopolitics. Give this old man who was trying to mourn his dead wife. Just a bystander, it's not my decision. I think you have 3 choices right now. Help prototype the truth about her life. Fix and factory reset and destroy, erase all records of this dangerous experiment from the history of the space station. Leave this investigation up to you to make the final decision. Got a gun and I'll keep an eye on him. I mean, it's a scientific station anyway. And to fix the cognition, but she's gonna be broken again though. I'll tell her the truth. To insist, I'll tell Prototype 157 about her story. How she's gonna react to that is completely beyond my control. The decision leaves the medical cabin in silence. Let's see. Do you feel? I just had a very long dream. The dream about? Dream of a cold space station, lost love over a huge planet and a silent radio. Mechanical replica of a real person, and life as a parody of the dead, Both my speech and even my behavior are the product of Mr. Gunn's preset. How ridiculous. That other me has such a rich life. I wish I had my own birthday, my own friends, and my own dreams. Everything will happen in due course. My wish, or perhaps I do have my own birthday, my own friends, and my own dream. There seems to be a problem with her language module. Various functional indicators are fluctuating sharply. Maybe again, just a guide in the Department of Galactic Geopolitics. Then there's an even longer dream waiting for me, one where I willingly dedicate everything to the department. Thank you and farewell. The module was burned due to information overload. It seems that telling her the truth was a bad decision. Lost, even the most advanced diagnostic equipment couldn't detect the difference between her and a real person. Except on the side of her neck there is a vague mark with the number 157. Blame yourself, no one could have foreseen this outcome, not your fault. To have the videos here, it's time to return them to the rightful place. Chew up and let everything go back to the way it was. Before she just pretended. And she actually still fine.
Is there anything interesting here? I doubt it.
Alright. Brought them all back. Dream, not too many. Worked hard, young one. Sit down and have a rest. Then I want to tell you a story I heard God knows when. I want to hear it. Sure. On Galactic Geopolitics, there were 2 well-known young people, and not only comrades in arms with similar interests, but also a couple who pushed each other to become better. Committed to fighting for the weak and upholding justice for those who were trampled by eons and their factions. Till one day, justice was no longer just an ideal. A Lord Ravager came to the female researcher's hometown. Home planet was about to be destroyed. The first time ever, the 2 disagreed on how justice should be implemented in this scenario. The researcher chose to return to her home planet alone to alert them of the disaster, but unexpectedly an accident occurred during their journey. At the time, the star rail was blocked by a Stellaron, and her spacecraft was also stranded in the path of the antimatter legion. In absolute fear, she chose to call the Hertha space station for help. However, the space station had chosen to remain neutral in all actions involving the Eons, and the operator responsible for relaying this ruthless message was none other than the male researcher himself. To the radio, I personally witnessed how he stranded a lover, ran out of oxygen in a damaged aircraft, and how she slowly died, drifting into the endless darkness. Some reason this tragic story just came to mind today. Thought I'd share it with you. The researcher in this story is Albert Einstein, as usual. Not important, just telling the story, and any resemblance to real-life events is purely coincidental. So for today, that take these rewards, hope to see you again in the future. Still many secrets in this world waiting to be unearthed. Easy credits. Hey, but not just credits, damn son. It was like mostly just credits for the... Actually, yeah, that wasn't the daily already. That was the side quest. Daily is this one. Daily is just a bunch of garbo as usual. Credits are also important, I guess. Alright, got him. And the overhyped. And just all this information at once. Let's see. The fashionable contrast when I was young. Didn't think it'd be back in fashion now. So weird, how big cycle. That's sort of how it is. Somewhat. Alright, got this one. Yeah, the mine's time again too. Can do that. Let's do this while I'm still here though. I mean, it's once a day you do those, I remember. Again, every time. This is different. Let's see. This way.
It took you that long?
At least that's the rewards, eh? Oh, he's like the request they had there. A quick fix, a top-up page. A refund from quick fix. The live boards and stuff. Shit posting on the internets. Galaxy most knowledgeable and influential graduate community. Attacked much more maliciously on the virtual network. I was brutally harassed online, yet infected by the mimetic virus during his most vulnerable moments. The speech and style of his post is significantly different from the cliché quotes Asta had mentioned. I'm afraid he's not the infected one. Not the meme virus yet then. Oh, can probably check it now. Yeah. Another day. All the units installed in the terminal today looked good to me at the time, and I thought they could boost the terminal's computing power. To wait until the replacement units delivered them. Give me some time. Let's see, alright. Come back tomorrow. Classic. Go get the minecart in. The good old, also gonna go crawl to get some tea one moment.
Perfect. Not bad. But the real me is better. Not bad. But the real me is better. Perfect.
Ugh, man, the food is like so swollen. Fucking super mutant from Fallout.
Not
Insane. Let's see, more carton there. Let's go. Let's see. The loaded cards. Empty should be driven to other blue lights. Sure. Switch this one. Let's stop there. Super. Well, aren't they almost always and everywhere, to be honest? Usually a little more effort. And I mean, you know, sometimes it does kind of help when you don't understand shit, to be honest. It makes things more beautiful. It's kind of that stuff with some like music bands, you know, when you like enjoy them, and then you realize later they were considered, you know, like some giga cringe stuff, but you just didn't even understand, so you just enjoyed how it kind of sounds, without the lyrics. Alright, now we just switch this one. The usual phenomenon.
That's it?
Order. Alright, the yellow. No, we just need to switch these, alright. I mean, yeah, when you're trying to learn it, that's even better. Taru. Actually, I can't park it now yet, I think. Can I push it from there? I think I should. Anyway. Got this one. Got him. The rewards are okay, I guess. And some gear there. Another bed there. Alright, loaded them. Then get this one loaded and get it back there. Okay, I see. Got them putting. Sometimes lucky. Sometimes lucky there. Alright, let's see. Let's get this one in there for now. Oh, no, actually, well, I mean, I will do, I guess. And this one I will need to get there. Fill in your collection there. That's good, eh? That's the element they didn't have to, right? So that is very good. Oh, very good. Yeah, Druxel. Hello. How we do, man? Right. Oh, he's still trying to push it like forward. There you go. Give me.
That's it?
Done for today. Alright. The insane curtain. But that's good though. Let's see what we can get with it.
Is there anything interesting here? I doubt it.
1,200 there. We can get that. We can get that. Let's start getting these, I guess. Perfect. And do some main stuff then. About time.
The mining team is hiring.
Let's see. Calyx, weakness break, and level up in your relic. This. Got a 30 already. Oh, not the way there. I've forgotten holes. I'll need to farm a bit. 10 here. It's time. Hit them all. I don't think the better. Relics probably take whip at this point. I didn't upgrade yours. Some perpy ones now. What was this one? Physical damage. Aware attacks or is hit attack increased by 5 for the rest of the battle. Can stack up. Physical damage, so I guess that's only for main basically. I mean, sure. I wear some hobo stuff anyway. Might as well. To become a champion. Let's see what you say. A full hobo life. Oh, you got this one now too. The outgoing healing stuff. And boiler is waiting. What was this one? Damage taken. Some healing regen that way. Come on, I already upgraded a little bit of blue stuff, I think, right? Shouldn't. I guess I can keep upgrading one. Yeah, this one is +5. Outgoing healing boost on this one already. Ooh, man, that's pretty good, though. I guess we'll upgrade this too. Fine. And the blue set will go to Natasha then. Sure. Priorities already, I see. Got all the priorities. Who to roll and everything. Not these ones, right? No, wait, no. These ones. Alright, good. And some other like fancy sets? I don't think so. Oh, don't think so. You get the purple stuff though now. SPD and 80k. Yeah, probably. Could the effect be good? I mean, that actually kinda might be not too bad. And when you're against the something weak to frost, maybe it's not too bad, Nah, whatever. Alright, let's see. Give some Garbo. Then Leathermon can get some better stuff. What do you recommend actually there? I need to remove them all. Well, I mean, Kawaii Dolby is there. I guess we have another perpy one. On him. I mean, probably. I have another set of shoes fitting for this though. SPD actually on this one. Defense or HP. I think SPD might be nice. Though he's kinda usually first anyway. But I guess not always. Attack defense. Indoor. Damn. Getting into it. Easy life, easy life. Time to get influence, son. How's it going, man? I mean, it's nice though. So why not? It's too lazy, I see. Can you just like basically get like the Google stuff or something? I don't even remember. I already had one from Genshin times, huh? They already got me before. I think crit rate is nice. Oh yeah, I got this already. Alright, good, huh? What you gonna recommend here? Okay. I got the sets right that they recommend for her. The codes for free shit. I did some. The one you posted and another one, I think. Was it like 2 or something? Was there some more? Was there some more already? More SPD too. This might be kind of better, I guess. Break effect, not bad. No new ones, I see. The Underwall, I mean, since he didn't make an account yet, I would assume he didn't activate anything. What effect hit rate gonna do even here? Like, I guess like with freeze and everything, it's like the chance that it actually procs and they freeze. But I think you can like guaranteed apply the effect if you break though. Hey there, good morning. How we doing? Let's see, let's see. Yeah, but what... Well, I mean, you can freeze, I think, with other cases too. I'm not sure if it's like every elemental attack. Like the March's ult, for example, can freeze, I think, even without breaking it. And I think that's what the effect hit rate should do. But I'm not sure, actually. Maybe you can just apply all the elemental effects with this one. Like the burn without breaking. And there was something about it in the hints. A section. Let's get this for now, I guess. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do remove. See what you recommend there. Alright, fine. No, I had it with March ult, I think. Could freeze them sometimes.
Perfect.
It could be putty, yeah. Could be just like something that negates their resistance.
Not bad. But the real me is
See,
better.
nigga, see the game plan. Shot is the only one that freezes, I see. Well, I mean, makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, let me get all of you, all the gears. Could upgrade some too. Do we have some spare blue ones? We have plenty, actually. And just roll with recommends. Actually elemental on her. Interesting. I mean, I guess. Does decent damage too. But maybe not too bad. I guess with AoE, it might make more sense rather than damage, probably. And then you apply shock. Kind of faster, and then her abilities get extra damage that way faster too. Maybe. I got everyone some garbo. These I still need to level too. Oh, whatever, we'll see. I'll need to farm some trace materials. Sure. Guess that's 38 SPD for 2 turns. Was it? Was it also 2? Don't remember actually. Kinda makes it a bit better at least. Even though the US server. These first levels are cheap anyway. Fine. These guys leveled them. These I'll get later. Good.
Well, my friends, are you ready to head out? Ask away, my friend. I have all the answers you seek. What else is there to say? You know him as well as I do. He's an upstanding guy, as well as young, handsome, and charming in his lack of charm.
The lack of charm. How is this? Hiding them shorts there. Second there. Alright.
But to be honest, I'm not very close to him. After all, he's an officer and I'm the opposite. Oh, she's quite extraordinary. The renowned rebellious Landau girl. She once had a bright future, but after getting on her leader's bad side, she lost her job. She ended up opening a workshop and playing underground music.
Underground music.
I heard that her old man was furious and that only a few younger siblings are still in contact with her. I used to go to her sometimes when I had any mechanical problems above ground, but For, various reasons, I don't visit her workshop much anymore. It's a passage connecting the underworld and the overworld. A big stone spiral stairway. You know, I don't understand the architect's obsession with making these steps when there is such advanced technology available. Wouldn't an elevator have been better? It's easier for you youngsters. For this old guy, the steps of the furnace core are a nightmare on the knees.
True, brother. True.
You haven't heard enough about me, huh? All right. My name is Sampo Kaski. I'm a businessman who stands up for justice in his free time. And no, I don't have it in for you.
See what they say. Find quite hilarious sometimes, though.
Well, my friends,
That
are you ready
loading
to head
time.
out? Wonderful. Remember
be
to
honest.
bring enough food and drink to refuel on the way. We have a lot of steps to climb.
Mother, I have returned.
Bronya, I thought I'd lost you. Where were you? Are you hurt? I'll fetch the butler right away.
No, there's no need. I don't want to see Sebas right now. Sorry, Mother. I'm fine, really. I just got into a few skirmishes down in the underworld, but nothing I couldn't handle.
The underworld.
You see what they say.
I see. In that case, report everything you saw. Commander Bronya.
After the failed pursuit at Backwater Pass, the wanted outsiders and I were somehow taken to the underworld. Because of the difficult situation we were in, we formed a temporary alliance to help the residents of the underworld resolve a few issues of survival. We also defeated an ancient robot known as Svarog and learned some truths about the Stellaron.
I'm listening. Go on.
Madam Cocolia, it is my firm belief that the visitors from beyond the sky are not the villains we had imagined before. I witnessed them take up arms in the name of justice and risk their lives for the sake of others. I can also ascertain that they did come for the Stellaron, but only to relieve the disaster it has brought upon Belobog. Mother, you've always known the truth about the Stellaron, haven't you? Well, the responsibility of bearing that truth will fall upon me one day. Such is the burden of being Guardian, to carry these secrets for eternity. So, I ask you to forgive my defiance, but I believe that the order to dispatch the outsiders was a mistake. To solve the problems brought on by the Stellaron, the architects waited hundreds of years, and those outsiders may be the...
Enough! Arrogant. Ignorant. You disappoint me, Bronya. You merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, and now you think you know everything. You spend a short time with that underworld scum, and suddenly you have the audacity to question my orders? Guards! Take Bronya.
They are not scum. My entire life. Everything you ever kept from me. I remember it clearly now. This time I am standing my ground, Madam Guardian. And please, stop dismissing me with vague excuses. Tell me what you have seen. What exactly it is you are hiding. Why do you send the Silvermane guards to die in the Fragmentum? Why have you abandoned the people of the underworld? And why? Why did you have that sudden change of mind?
I see. I knew this moment would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it would be so soon. You want to know why I gave those orders? Is that right? Do you believe you're ready to learn the truth?
Yes. I am ready. Mother.
Then come with me, Bronya. It is time you heard it. The voice of this Dying world.
Hold the come. Mm.
Ah, we're finally back. I forgot what fresh air tasted like.
You know,
Wait, I haven't finished yet. Alright, let's go. Where's our next stop? We should find somewhere to put our feet up. As long as it's not Goethe Hotel again.
Classic unreliable Sampo. He probably guessed we'd ask where his hiding place was. No sooner are we back in the administrative district than he sneaks off.
That's really nice. Let's find
The bro or
London.
the sis? If you're talking about Japard, we should be careful. He's a top Silvermane guard. He'd probably get a medal for every one of us he brought in. Don Hung, what do you think?
I think it'd be best to pay a visit to Serval Landau.
So, you think we should avoid Japard for the time being, right?
He's an elite officer of the Silvermane Guards. It wouldn't be easy to get to him. Besides, if he hasn't been persuaded by Branya's letter, we'd be walking right into the lion's den.
Makes sense. Guess we better head over to Serval's workshop then?
But we must keep a low profile. We're still wanted fugitives.
You're running around here doing quests, dude.
What's
Relax.
wrong, Vila?
Nothing. It's just a little... new. The last time I was on the surface, I was still a child. I have no memory of any of this. The overworld and the underworld. We've been cut off for so long. I'm okay. Let's go. There are so many Silvermane guards on patrol. Is it usually like this?
No. I don't remember the security being this tight last time. Might have something to do with us. The Supreme Guardian has probably learned of our arrival already. Branya.
Who is it? Shop's closed today. You'll have to come back tomorrow.
The radiator fixers.
Ah, I remember. The three outsiders. Wait, why are you still strolling around the city? Do you know the Silvermane guards are looking all over for you? Quick, act natural and get inside. Don't get spotted.
And all the guards around.
All right,
How
you'll be
very
safe
sneaky.
here. My workshop has pretty good soundproofing and barely anyone comes in. Just what crime did you commit exactly? They recalled a bunch of guards from the front line to track you down. It's unprecedented. Now they're patrolling the whole city and everyone's in a panic.
Oh, we just...
Not yet, March. Branya said we could trust you completely.
You mean to say you don't trust me completely? Good. That's smart of you. But you needn't worry. Kokolia and I aren't even on speaking terms. It was her that ejected me from the Architects. I refuse to stand with her. I don't believe you guys would do anything bad. And the Architects are gonna need conclusive and publicly available evidence for me to think otherwise. Besides, I know the Architects, and if they did have any evidence, they would have released it by now.
Det var en slags dem. Homunculus.
I know Kokolia's style. Get everyone into a frenzy first. Most people in a frenzy don't stop to ponder the details. You could say that. We were like sisters once, inseparable. Of course, that was all before she became the Supreme Guardian. These days, I just spend my time fixing things in this workshop and playing music. It's a pretty carefree existence. If I'm not careful, I'll start boring you all with sob stories from the past. Let's get back to you guys. If long-lost Branya told you to come here, you must have something important to tell me. You can trust me. I know our paths have only crossed once before, but my intuition tells me you guys are good people. And I've got good intuition, by the way.
Ooh, I'm the best storyteller. Let me.
Try not to embellish the facts.
So that's what's been happening. No wonder we hadn't heard from Branya recently. After all these years in isolation and without a single word from below, this is what's become of the underworld? I believe you. There's no way you could have invented all those twists and turns. What's more, we have Miss Zila here as living proof. As for the Stellaron, you know why Branya got you to find me. When I was still one of the architects working in the scientific research division, I was researching the Stellaron. I never thought I'd hear that word again after being expelled by the architects. Come on, I'll tell you everything. Only a very few people in Belobog know of the existence of the Stellaron. Those that do would never associate it with the Fragmentum or Eternal Freeze. But according to the data recorded in that robot, Svarog, the architects dug out the truth long ago. The research results were purposely hidden away to ensure that the outside world would never know of them. Just my luck. Out of all the research topics I could have chosen, I insisted on the Stellaron. It's clear now that anyone who wanted to get closer to the truth would have been expelled or abandoned. Maybe I should be thanking Cocolia. All she did was push me out. She could have decided to take a more permanent measure. I figured out that the Stellaron and the Fragmentum were linked, so I was already close to the truth. It's a shame that the architects ejected me before I could discover that the source of the Fragmentum was the Stellaron itself. Before I lost my position, I was applying for permission to survey the Stellaron directly. It was my research topic, but I'd never even set eyes on it. My research was all based on historical data and lab simulations. Not long after I submitted my preliminary report and application, I received my punishment. It was obvious that somebody didn't want my research to continue. Cocolia... It's been so many years since we last spoke. We were great friends once. There was nothing we wouldn't share. She became a completely different person when she took on the Supreme Guardianship. The convictions she once held, her enthusiasm... It was like they were drawn out of her by some mysterious force. She gave the order to expel me herself and refused to see me. I never understood that behavior, and I gave up trying to use logic to work it out a long time ago. Sometimes I even wonder whether she really did become a different person. Is that possible? Perhaps there's a single guardian consciousness that gets handed down from generation to generation. And the real Cocolia has already vanished. Is she being compelled by previous generations of guardians to make such baffling decisions? Who knows? But this might make for good songwriting material. Japard? Not a chance. He's a decent guy, but also famously uncompromising. For my brother, orders are more important than anything. Even if you stuck Branya's letter to his forehead, he wouldn't be swayed. You need to choose your words carefully if you want to persuade him of something. It might be best if I talk to him. Though, I'd need a strategy first. Yes. I never observed it directly, but I used lab simulations and outbound surveys to establish a rough location. According to the survey results, the Stellaron is likely to the north of Belobog, somewhere in the vast snow plains.
We must locate it as soon as possible, ideally before Cocolia takes action. Can you tell us the way?
Not a problem. I was thinking the same thing. But I'm afraid telling you might not be enough. The area to the north of Belobog has been more or less swallowed up by the Fragmentum. If you want to get to the northern snow plains, you'll need to get past the Silvermane Guard restricted zone on the front lines first. Even if you get past the restricted zone in one piece, you'll have a whole heap of Fragmentum to deal with. Yes, that's where the main force of the Silvermane Guards is stationed. They've consolidated their position there in order to resist the encroaching Fragmentum.
It sounds like the three of us and Zila might not be enough. Why don't we go back underground and get Wildfire to come with us?
I fear we may not have the time.
Hey, enough pessimism. Back in my official capacity days, I spent a lot of time in the north. I got to know the soldiers and officers on the front line very well. This calls for brainwaves, not brawn waves. How about I take you over myself?
Really? Great! Phew. It's less scary if someone you know is leading the way.
I want to see the Stellaron too, you know. It was my research topic for over a decade. You don't get that many decades in life. That's settled then. There's no time to lose. We should head out as soon as you're ready.
Alright, sure. Not wasting time.
Darn it! I forgot my brother said he'd be around today. Find somewhere to hide, quick! I'll handle him. Japard! It's you! I didn't think you'd have the time to visit with things so tense on the front line.
Deponia. I did like the test run.
Things are manageable. The latest wave of monster attacks has slowed. I'm back in the city to take care of a few matters, but I'll be back on the front line later. I thought I told you.
Ah! Oh, yes. That's right.
Sis, you look a bit pale. Did something happen?
No. Why would anything have happened?
You don't normally use my full name.
You said you hate it when I call you bro in public. Well, I agree. It'd sound better if I started using your full name. Right, Brosif?
You can call me whatever you like. Look, Serval, I'm here on official business today. There's something wrong with the barrier generator device, and the engineers in our unit don't know how to fix it. I need you to take a look.
Those guys can't think outside the box. Of course they can't wrap their heads around my design. I thought it was something big. Leave it here. I'll take a look.
Sorry to trouble you.
Why are you being so polite? Oh, and why is the city under curfew all of a sudden? Has some...
I've been instructed to keep it quiet.
Lil Jeppy. So grown up now, looking down on his civilian sister.
Don't say that. Forget it. If I don't tell you, Pela will. Last night, Lady Bronya suddenly appeared. She entered Klepoth Fort without saying anything to anyone. The Supreme Guardian is worried that the three intruders may have followed Bronya out of the Fragmentum and back into the administrative district. She issued a curfew for the entire city and ordered us to pursue and capture any suspicious individuals.
Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I haven't heard from Bronya. Is she all right?
I'm not sure. She hasn't left Klepoth Fort. The Supreme Guardian just said she'd returned. Nothing more.
Well, I was sure worried about her. After she disappeared, Pela's workload doubled. She said she barely had time to go out.
She really does tell you everything. Oh, by the way, I left my Goethe Hotel limited edition flask behind last time I was here. Let me have a look for it. I think I left it over...
Wait!
What is it? You seem pretty off today, Serval.
It's, right. You remember how you neglected all those flowers to death? I piled them all over there during a bit of spring cleaning, and now they smell terrible. So, don't go over there.
Seems like a strange reason not to take a look. Plus, am I supposed to believe you were spring cleaning? You must be up to more forbidden research.
Am not? How dare you? What do you take your sister for?
Never mind. This is your space, and I shouldn't intrude. I've got business to take care of. Bye for now.
Hey, wait a sec. Those intruders. I wanted to ask, what crime have they committed?
They're plotting to overthrow the architects and bring harm to the city.
Huh. Reminds me of the accusations against me. Kokolia's methods haven't changed.
Don't say that, Serval. I know that you're still nursing a grievance against the Supreme Guardian. But this isn't a joking matter.
You're telling me off again? Fine. Whatever, bro. You better be going. Come listen to Pela in my next rehearsal.
I will, if I have the time.
The coast is clear. You can come out now.
Imagine not following the story. Well, I mean, doesn't really make it sound better, but yeah, maybe in other languages it does. I mean, technically March is the Mart, and yeah, we have the name Marta. Just no number there, though. Just no number there.
Phew, I nearly suffocated. What kind of plot device was that?
I almost lost my cool when he went for his flask.
This is bad. Bronya's in danger. We have to go save her.
Attempting to storm Klipoth Fort by ourselves? Forget it, Zila. I don't care how skilled you are, I'm not sending you on a suicide mission. Rest assured, Kokolia may have changed over the years, but she never hurt Bronya. I'm certain of that.
You sound like Bronya herself. I don't get it. You guys are against Kokolia, and yet in some ways, you seem to trust her completely.
I was gauging his reactions just now. Did you see? Unless we have irrefutable evidence, he won't question Kokolia's orders. If you go after him now, our plan's as good as over.
This Drapirma and stuff, I mean, I guess. I mean, if you would make it like into one word or something, right? That would make sense. It's just like in 2 words, names are not really that common for us here.
Come on, let's go to the restricted zone. If we can get ahead of the curve and find the Stellaron, Kokolia will be out of options.
They get me that. The notification and other stuff to do now. The Astro Warp is the testing one. Your future small-scale confidential beta tests. Confidential beta tests with streaming don't really work that well. This is because of the Trailblazer. Oh yeah, this one. I still will need to do some of those, so can't really do that. Not yet.
Is Bronya really safe?
You care about her, huh? You must have become close friends.
Close is a bit much, but I made her a promise.
Relax. She's the strongest girl I've ever seen.
I can believe that.
What about chests? Gimme. Alright. You might be a bit better in other languages.
Security, all right. How the heck are we gonna sneak in? Serval, we need one of those brainwaves.
Leave it to me. Stick close, guys, and don't get spotted.
Totally not going to get
This
spotted
is a
here.
military base. Trespassers aren't allowed in. Wait, isn't that... Serval! Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Franz. Long time no see. You still watching the entrance?
Well, you see, you haven't changed, Serval. Still nailing us to the wall. So, what brings you over here at this hour? And who are the guys behind you?
My brother said the restricted zone energy lines were malfunctioning. Told me it was urgent. He doesn't trust those contracted maintenance workers, so he got me in for free. These guys are my assistants. We need to overhaul all the installations here.
They wanted posters on the video, yeah.
I didn't hear anything about the energy lines malfunctioning.
Oh, please. This is a technology division issue. Why would they tell you guys? Come on, let us in already. If the heating system goes down in the middle of the night, are you going to be responsible for all the frozen corpses?
See, Booty, see.
No, that's not something I could handle. Seeing as you're Captain Japard's sister, it should be fine. Okay, here are some temporary passes. Oh, and remember to give them back to me when you leave.
Thanks, Franz. I'll put in a good word for you with my brother and get him to promote you.
No, Captain Japard hates all that under-the-table stuff. I'd have a better chance if you don't mention me at all.
Probably would be better for you indeed, eh? It's super nice there.
That was easy.
You're Japard's sister, all right.
Do you see that mechanical gear bridge? When you cross over to the other side, you arrive at Hell on Earth. An endless fragmentum, a few exhausted Silvermane guards, and the stench of death in the air. If we want to progress further north, we will need to cross that hell. Are you ready?
Sure.
Exactly. We've got nowhere left to retreat.
Let's go then. First, we need to think of a way to get to the other side. I helped set the underlying mechanisms for this type of gear bridge. It's controlled via different terminals in combination. Let's go find them.
Is Japard on frontline duty a lot?
Yes, but what made you ask that all of a sudden?
It's so dangerous. Don't you worry about him?
He's a Landau.
Alright, this stuff.
Nope. This terminal's offline. We can't control it from here.
So what's the plan?
Look for another. Every platform linked to the gear bridge should have a similar terminal.
I never would have guessed that Japard and you were brother and sister.
I can't say I blame you. We're nothing alike in personality or interests. In our family, we have a strong military tradition going back generations. Many a Landau has died in their prime. There's not a lot of brother and sister time. Everyone just does their best to get on with their life.
Yeah, fix the roboto. Really? I think you just need to to connect these completely. Doesn't even matter how exactly. But still kinda sometimes I'm getting exactly what they want from you. Not even fully connected there. Good backup. Alright. Sure. That side, huh?
Darn! Can't activate it. It seems like someone severed the energy supply to the terminals. Huh. You know, the more I think about it, the more it seems deliberate. With the front line on high alert, they must have rotated the bridge to make it impassable. Then they cut off the energy supply to the terminals to avoid accidental repositioning. Or to prevent deserters from escaping. That way, even if the front line were to collapse, the Fragmentum monsters wouldn't be able to make it to the other side.
Head of the only retreat.
Bronya was right. The Silvermane guards really are risking their lives to protect Belobog.
Just my conjecture, but I doubt it's far from the truth. My brother mentioned that they've had to use extreme measures to repel the Fragmentum monsters. Let's press on. We can't activate either of these terminals, so let's look for the energy supply installation itself.
The robot still. It's not gonna be so friendly after, probably. Huh?
You! Hold it right there. This is a military base. Temporary workers aren't allowed in.
See. Just want the loot. That's all I want.
That's it! The thing's shaped like a giant iron ball.
And it's behind a gate. What are the odds?
Its formal name is the Mechanism Energy Hub. It's connected to all the energy lines. I would have thought it covers the entire restricted zone.
No wonder it's so heavily guarded.
One unit for everything? That's a disaster waiting to happen. We learned the hard way.
As long as we can gain access permissions to the hub, we can operate the gear bridge terminals.
Gods get suspicious.
That's why I told them we were here for urgent maintenance. The frontline equipment needs servicing just as much as the rest.
So that's why you went for maintenance. Way to go, Serval! I thought you just came up with it on the spot.
Come on, let's see if that guard over there will let us pass.
Probably
Yo,
not. It would
evening,
be
soldier.
too easy.
Are you the emergency engineers? I saw you guys hanging around. Did you find the problem?
Not yet. Everything looks normal so far. I think the problem is stemming from the energy hub. If you let us in, we can do a routine service inspection. I've worked on various iterations of this type of installation.
No. No can do. No one gets near the energy hub without the security captain's encryption key.
Not even the Supreme Guardian?
The Supreme Guardian? Hey, no games, you hear? No dice without the encryption key.
Ah, darn, this guy's not stupid.
You need the encryption key, right? Which captain should I bother then?
Captain Dunn's resting up ahead. Go and find him. If he grants you permission, I won't stand in your way.
Done? Why didn't you say so? No problem, we'll be back in a bit.
Serval, this Dunn, do you know him?
You bet I do. We go way back. He's easy to talk to. Watch me persuade him.
Before
Hey,
not really.
Done. It's been a while. I didn't know you made security captain.
Serval, it's been a long time. You're still so... You look good.
Allow me to introduce my assistants to you. They help me take care of business at the workshop. Everyone, this is Captain Dunn, an old friend of mine. He used to be an ace on the keys in the band.
Oh, you play rock and roll too? Cool!
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, what's that weird smell?
Zachary, how many days has it been since you showered?
I showered right before my shift.
What did you say?
I haven't showered in 2 days, sir.
Unacceptable, especially in front of visitors. Apologies for the embarrassment, all.
It's not a big deal, Dunn. You know, if you get a chance, would you want to get on stage with us again?
I think so, Pune. I mean, kinda, yes.
My keyboard guy is pretty good, but I still miss our military days playing in the band.
That was a long time ago, Serval. I haven't touched a keyboard in ages. Besides, I'm stationed here all year round. I'm afraid I don't get many chances to return to the city. Though I don't stand on ceremony. How may I assist you? If everything's in order, you'd better head back to the city. It's not safe here.
I've checked the lines. There don't seem to be any major problems. All that's left is the energy hub. The guard over there said that I needed an encryption key to open the gate. Can you help me out? Anything wrong, Dunn?
Sorry, Serval, but can you tell me what Captain Japard told you?
Huh? Oh, let me think. Hey, sis, the energy supply lines in the restricted zone have malfunctioned. Those useless engineers can't find the problem. Something like that?
And may I ask, when did he contact you?
This morning? Yeah, that's right. He's on urban patrol duty today, right? That's why he popped round and asked the favor.
Aha. Captain Japard just returned to the front line. I could reconfirm with him?
Huh? Hold up, he's back? That can't be. He was still in the city a little while ago.
You haven't changed, Serval. You're still a lousy liar. These people you've brought, they're not workshop assistants, right? Serval, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you should remember that I'm a Belobog Silvermane guard. How about this? You can leave, and I won't tell anyone about this incident. But the outsiders must remain.
There goes the negotiation.
I brought you guys here, and I'm standing with you till the end. Dunn, this concerns the fate of Belobog. No, the fate of our whole world. Please, don't stand in our way.
Serval! We used to rehearse together every day, you must understand. My rock and roll soul is to uphold the dignity of a soldier.
Dat rock and roll soul.
I won't break.
Here to crash the party?
Food. I didn't switch here. Nice. Not very optimal, but I think they're just gonna get wrecked here a lot.
Who invited you?
Oh lord.
Honored to meet me.
I don't need the heal.
Time to twirl. Let me tend your wounds.
Ready to lose
Let's
yourself?
go.
You can fight it, or rock with it.
Time to twirl.
Stay close! Here stands the Silvermane Guard!
Pretty good crowd today.
counter there, say. I want to hit your ass then, probably. What if it works for you? Guess we'll find out. So anytime you attack him. Okay, I see. Not bad, not bad. I'll see AoE also kind of works then.
Saving me won't earn you any favors.
A super there. A super lawn mowing. Do this and let's
Do you
go.
know who I am? It's all yours. Time to twirl. Saving
Hey
me won't earn
zappers.
you any
No,
favors.
hello. The Razer software is goddamn son.
No manners, huh?
Yeah, Windows getting rid of malware there.
What are you looking at?
I kinda don't want probably to get them too low, because the counterattack. Let's wait until it's over. Now we can go.
Turn it up. Who invited you? Who will it be? Do you know who I am? It's Big Diamond!
Time to twirl.
Time to twirl!
Serval? Why?
I'm sorry, Dunn. Time for a little nap.
He's just unconscious. Don't worry.
Stubborn fool. Strong, though. Wildfire lacks people like him.
Got it. The encryption key. Quick, before we attract attention, let's...
I think we
Action
attracted
is coming.
attention.
That's the enemy attack alarm. Every Silvermane guard in the reserve zone just became our enemy. We've made it up till now. I could lose an arm and a leg for all I care. I have to
Should
lay
there be
eyes
just
on the
like
Stellaron.
one piece of software for the Razer stuff? What was the name of that one? Like their center for all this stuff. That's the only one there should be, I think.
Quick, back to the energy supply hub. Anyone that tries to stop us is gonna find out a thing or two.
If I'd known he had the encryption key from the start, I could have snuck in and taken it off him myself.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, Sela. Activating the gear bridge alone would have been enough to expose us.
Whole army there, there we go. Hit the ball.
This song's for you. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it, or rock with it.
Time to twirl!
Keep up.
Time to twirl! Huh?
Redo the layout to be honest, probably. A little wind there. To get the little mon.
No manners, huh? Who will it be? What are you looking at? Time to twirl!
Pretty good crowd today.
Honored to meet me. Time to twirl!
This one out of the way.
Let's rock. Who invited you? What are you looking at? How am I gonna get that time back?
Let's see what we have there. Ja, window need them. And some normal. Should be good enough. And the support duo. Support friendly immediate attacks any target. They immediately launch a follow-up attack. I see, alright. So you're not gonna even attack.
Let's make it quick.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Need a doctor?
Get him.
Fighting is meaningless.
No, we'll be able to farm stuff actually. Let's see. Even the treasures. I saw it there.
I see you. I've no interest in
Do
conflict.
you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Fighting is meaningless.
Honored to meet me.
I've no interest in conflict.
Time to twirl!
The truth
this.
of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
How am I gonna get that time back?
The treasures.
That's it?
This one can use it, alright. Hirajian, good morning. How we doing? Oh, this one is not getting connected. Yep, here you go. The wall kind of to be. No. These to be there. I guess both these should be connected, I guess, right? There we go. Zero, did I say? Almost weekend indeed. Indeed. Very soon. We're gonna go. There's no obstacles there. Almost time to get some rest.
Fighting is meaningless.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Need a doctor?
Get him.
I've no interest in conflict.
What are you looking at?
If we do this one here.
Time to twirl! Let me tend your wounds.
I lost it. Oh, whatever. It's not gonna hit a lot anyway. Where did you come from? water still.
The truth of life and death is sanctuary.
Hit him.
It's but a vision.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
Ah. That's the barrier. Hadouken.
How am I gonna get that time back?
Let's be farmed then. Hey, why are you here, brother?
Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
Give this one.
Time to
Boy.
twirl! You bully! Hiya!
Fine.
We're in.
Oh, it's open!
Give me some time. Who designed this operating system? It's so unintuitive. Emergency fire evacuation system? Not that.
It's a different intonation to it.
Rock and roll dance floor atmosphere mode? Who the heck added that? And they used one of my songs! Gear bridge control terminal. Still found it. That's it. I've reset the energy system. Let's go and operate the gear bridge terminal.
No, we can.
Serval.
It's all about the
Won't more
twirling.
Silvermane guards be waiting for us on the other side of the gear bridge?
Yep.
Then what's our plan?
Well, either we
They're probably a
reason
bit
them
busy.
or charge straight through the blockade. Let's play it by ear.
Oh, here's the rebuttal.
Careful. There's a big guy up ahead.
There's no other way. We'll have to fight.
If we can beat Svarog, we can beat this one. Let's go.
We already did, huh?
Move carefully.
The best elements there, and I guess whatever.
Who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Move carefully.
They start pump. Oh, I should save for that. That's fine though.
Let's go. Rules are made to be broken.
Time to twirl!
There we go.
Let me tend your wounds. Hiya!
Fighting
least
is
for now.
meaningless. The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Okay, now when he's starting to buff, that's when the problems start. Sometimes,
Need a doctor?
once we get his ass though.
I've no interest in conflict.
Time to twirl!
Yeah. That'll be annoying otherwise. Huh?
Honored to meet you. Time for your prescription!
Much better.
What are you looking at? Hiya!
Fighting is meaningless.
Do you
Drop
know who
this.
I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Too late to repent.
Honored to meet me.
I've no interest in.
I should go for the
Let
E
me tend
there.
your wounds.
Should still be not enough. All right. Fine.
Fighting is meaningless.
Good with this one.
gonna get that time back?
Energy restored. System online. Certification enabled. Come on. 40%. 65%. 85%. We did it. We've gained access to the gear bridge. Let's move. Perfect. Okay. We need to get to the front line.
We could have a problem. Your brother may be there.
He probably is. Hopefully we don't bump into him, but if we do, we'll just have to try and talk to him.
That's probably not gonna work.
Are you sure you can convince him?
I've probably got a 30% chance, or less.
Meaning it could end in a fight.
Haven't you noticed yet? Most of our convincing ends in a fight.
We need to be sure, Serval. If we can't reach a common understanding with your brother, will you stand with us?
Of course. My word is my bond. I said that I'd stand with you to the end, and I won't go back on that promise.
Before our next expedition, I need Himeko to teach me some negotiation skills. Beating people up all the time is cramping my elegance.
I haven't fought with Japard since he enlisted. He could never beat me when we were little, but now...
I guess we will not gonna need this for a while. Sure. Maybe we should like emerge from there. Seems like a shortcut thingy. And there it is.
Serval. It really is you.
Wait, Japard, listen to me.
When the sentry reported to me, I thought there must have been a misunderstanding. The enemy alarm had to be unrelated to your entry into the restricted zone. Perhaps the intruders had taken you hostage. And yet, step away from the intruders, Serval. Walk over slowly and stand behind me. You're different from them.
I'm sorry. We have an understanding. I stand with them. Give me a few minutes, just a few. I'll explain every...
Enough, Serval. Have you forgotten where we are? We Landaus ought to know this place better than anywhere. The outer reaches of the front line against the Fragmentum. Belobog's most strategic protective fortress. Every Silvermane guard here, every person here, is ready to sacrifice themselves. Ready to spill their blood for Belobog at a moment's notice. Yet here you are, leading fugitives into the restricted zone. Attacking my Silvermane comrades in arms. Hijacking the energy hub. Are you really worthy of the Landau name?
Why do you think I've come here? We found a way to dispel the eternal freeze, to seal the Fragmentum. It might be the only lifeline this world has left.
If that were true, why wouldn't you report to Madame Cocolia? Why would you sneak into the restricted zone and create chaos?
You don't understand. The one preventing us from getting close to the truth is Cocolia herself.
You have all seen the Supreme Guardian in person. Do you think you can act as you please because she didn't recognize your version of events?
Listen to me, Japard. The origin and spread of the Fragmentum is linked to the Stellaron. The meteorite in the Architect's records, it's...
The reason that,
I know about the Stellaron. It's exactly what the fugitives behind you are seeking. But the Madam Guardian has already revealed the truth to me. These people have ulterior motives, Serval. They want to steal this treasure from the Architects. The Madam Guardian has warned me before that you were indulging in fantasy. That you'd been exposed to forbidden knowledge. And that you would bring destruction down upon Belobog. I believe
not sure.
You, I believe you think you're acting with loyalty to the people. It's just... Guards, formation. Arrest these people. We could be inundated with Fragmentum monsters at any moment. We have no time to waste on them.
The forbidden is only forbidden to conceal the truth within. Cocolia's afraid that we'll seize on this knowledge. That the truth will spread far and wide. To save the world, we must risk it all. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is up to you.
Show the letter.
Regardless, you should know by now your sister's never been one to back down. If there's something or someone you can't abide, you should stand up and resist. And if there's something you uphold, you should uphold it to the very end.
The brainwaves, huh?
Save your explanation for the judge. You are charged with sabotaging the Silvermane Guard restricted zone. In my capacity as captain, I hereby order that these fugitives be arrested. This isn't like our childhood game, Serval. You won't get any leniency from me.
The barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero, Japard.
Didn't I tell you? All our negotiations end in combat.
You're guilty. Here we go again.
Move carefully.
The best setup there. I guess I'll take it though. I start to slow down stuff. I'm not used to it even.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Let's go.
I don't think this guy's taking all the damage. That's good, huh?
Rules are made to be broken.
What are you looking at?
Taking it pretty good too.
Need a doctor?
I can pump it too.
I've no interest in conflict.
On my command. For just a scratch.
I bet it is annoying.
Honored to meet me. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
This weapon guitar case, yeah.
Let me tend your wounds.
That's some like ding shield or something. Or like the gun shield or some stuff. Seems like. No, we can just knock him. I guess.
Too late to repent.
Let me just stay away.
Time to twirl! Need a doctor?
This one.
Time to squeeze it.
Start stacking another one.
Fighting is
I'm gonna
meaningless.
recover and somehow you can come back there. I should actually do it earlier. Whatever.
The truth of life and death.
Would be more damage.
It's but a vision.
Our position is solid.
But yeah, kinda does look like guitar keys, I guess, a little. He was also playing some before. Learned from his sister or something.
Need a doctor?
Let's go still.
Stay focused. Take courage.
1%. What is this, brother? I'm going down there.
This guy knows how to put up a fight. I've never come up against anyone this relentless.
He just won't go down.
He's as stubborn as I am. It could be an argument or a fight. He'll do both to the death. That's why he bugs the heck out of me. That's enough, Japard. Take a look around you. You're the last man standing.
Even if I am, I won't yield.
We don't want you to yield through force of arms. That wouldn't be a victory for us.
Yeah, our goal is the same as yours, Serval's and Bronya's. We just want to preserve this world. There's no reason to turn against each other.
There's more like a coffin there, even.
Japard.
That'd be kinda nice.
Surely
That would
now
be
you
some
can
gloom
see
stuff.
The need for pragmatism. Even if you don't believe my outsider friends, you should believe me. Maybe I've wasted your trust. In which case, believe Bronya.
Lady
Bronya?
Oh yeah. Took you a while to show the letter.
There's nothing more to say, Japard. The decision is yours.
As a captain of the Silvermane Guards, I am duty-bound to carry out the orders of the Supreme Guardian. But Lady Bronya is the commanding officer for the front lines. According to military protocol, if the frontline directives of the commanding officer clash with those of the architects behind the lines, a soldier must remain at their post and await further directives.
Interpretation of the rules.
For the Silvermane Guards, the Guardian's orders are paramount and absolute. But there is something of equal importance in the oath we take.
The people of Belobog.
If we lose the people, we lose the reason for our existence. Our fight with the Fragmentum monsters is for the sake of preservation. But our fight with you, I fail to see the purpose. If you are truly able to prevent our endlessly unfolding misfortunes, then the people of Belobog are indebted to you. But if you are using lies to mask your true intentions, using my sister and Bronya for your own ends, I swear by Klepoth that I will carry out your punishment without an ounce of mercy.
They're not lying. I promise you.
You must be Zila. You are a skilled fighter. Your combat style is nothing like that of the guards.
Regardless of what you believe, these guys have been a great help to the underworld. Many people would vouch for them.
I'm sure. If you want to advance further northward, you must traverse an area entirely corroded by the Fragmentum. It's the only way to get to the snow plains on the other side. The guards can give you some time before the next wave of attacks is upon us.
We go in. There's loot though. Here it is. That's exactly what we need. More loot. The main priorities. Let's go on.
As soon as the restricted zone gate is open, the monsters on the other side will turn out in full force. The guards will do their best to stall them and buy you some time. Once you've broken through the front line, there's nothing more we can do for you. You'll have to find out for yourselves what lies within the northern Fragmentum. So, have you made up your minds?
Sure.
Understood. Keep your weapons close. This will be a fierce fight. Guards, open the gate.
The fierce twirling.
Are you dealing with attacks like this every day?
It's a common occurrence. Guards, formation!
Well, I'm gonna make sure I don't owe the guards any favors when this is done.
For universal peace. Fine.
Here they come.
Steel yourselves!
And we don't know what the elements will need.
Fighting is meaningless.
3. Should be good though.
This is our chance.
The twirl power.
Time to twirl! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
This.
Time to twirl!
Constant attacks, yeah. Annoying.
What are you looking at?
Heal up later.
How many of them are there?
The more the merrier. These
They're
guys
kinda
are
done.
nothing.
Did that
Hold
like
the
that dude there.
line.
That was a bit picky again.
Time to twirl!
No interest in conflict.
Was a closey one.
Time to twirl!
Ah, there we go. Alright.
One more.
Honored to meet me.
Please, whatever.
Time to twirl!
Nice, still going. Shit, that one vein. Whatever. Goofy gig about it.
I told you, Japard, the barrier hasn't been fixed yet. Don't try and be a hero.
This is only the first wave. They'll have reassembled soon. I have to.
Hey, Mr. Silvermane, listen to your sister. I can tell just by looking at you that you haven't fully recovered.
Outsiders. Zila, the second wave hasn't started yet. Make the most of this opportunity and make a break for it.
Huh? Serval, aren't you gonna look for the Stellaron with us?
My brother can't hold them back by himself. He wasted a lot of energy on us. He's my responsibility now. Besides, if I'm not here to help, I don't know what might happen in the next wave. I want to go with you. I do. I always wanted to catch a glimpse of the Stellaron with my own eyes, and now it's so close. But I can't abandon my brother and the other guards. I'm a Landau. It's up to you now. I believe in you. You've given me new hope. Get hold of the Stellaron before Cocolia realizes what's happening.
Sure.
Hey, March. Don't forget to take a picture of the Stellaron for me.
Say no more! We're good at this, don't worry!
The photo squad, with all the daily quests. That we sure can.
Fragmentum activity is intensifying. Something's happening on Urilo 6. Shouldn't we go down there, Himiko?
Have faith in them. Besides, this is his first trailblazing expedition. How will he be able to look back fondly without a few twists and turns? Are you bored, Welt? I understand. But we have lots of opportunities ahead of us. Let's leave the memories of this expedition for them.
So you think they'll be safe, right?
Yes, we haven't seen any Eon or Emanator level imaginary reactions. Relax. This is a young person's adventure. We shouldn't interfere. At most, we could offer a little off-site assistance.
Letting them Zoomers experience life.
Is this the Fragmentum Japard was talking about?
Compared to this, the corrosion we saw in Backwater Pass pales into insignificance. Serval said that the Stellaron was very likely hidden in the snow plains north of Belobog. If we want to get there, I'm afraid we'll have to find the exit to this Fragmentum maze first.
Guys, does this place feel weird to you? It feels like there are loads of eyes staring at us.
This place makes my flesh crawl. Like there are insects under my skin.
We have no guide and no way of detecting the Stellaron. We'll just have to advance gradually and cautiously. Don't be disheartened. The stronger the Fragmentum contamination, the closer we are to the source.
Who do we have here?
Up ahead on the ground. What is that?
Be careful. Think twice before you interact with anything in the Fragmentum.
This is Bronya's. Yeah, so she's been here already?
Whoa! Quick, look! That's Bronya! Huh? Is that Cocolia too?
No, it isn't them. must be a kind of echo? Some type of residual energy replicated by the fragmentum.
Which means they were definitely here, right? And it looks like they went that way.
Just in time. We had no idea which direction to take. Let's go.
Oh, clearly we need to open that though. Clearly.
Objects that have been exposed to fragmentum corrosion might not be stable. I wouldn't touch that device if I were you.
I think we might need to though. Don't I?
We're deep inside the fragmentum. There could be hidden dangers lying in wait. Let's look for other clues first.
I think to go there first to see that it's locked.
This is a complex mechanism. How did they get past?
I knew this wouldn't be simple. Wait! Wasn't there some big energy hub-looking thing back in that empty area? Let's go back and take a look. Maybe it's linked to this gate.
I can't say I like the idea of interacting with our surroundings, especially this deep into the fragmentum. However...
I don't have a choice, brother. There we go.
However...
there's no other way. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Huh. Even Don Hung the Sensible has his adventurous days. It worked, right? But the gate didn't move an inch.
Are there other units around?
It's clear that whoever designed these mechanisms didn't want outsiders to get through too easily. Let's keep looking for the energy hub.
This way. And this open now though? Is that end? I guess. Oh yeah, it's the shortcut. The shortcut.
Look, over there! I think I can see the next unit.
Oh, I see it too. Let's go.
Hello, though.
Time to twirl!
Gonna be pretty easy ones. And there's the frost weakness especially. This one. And the yellow element is like quite often too. Must be nice.
This is our chance.
Honored to meet me.
Drop this.
Time to twirl!
Too late to repent.
That's it?
Oh, there's a big boy here. Frost and electricity wind.
How should I dispose of you?
That might be good. Can go for shield.
Upgrade configured.
This will strengthen our position.
Can't stop.
Move carefully.
I
The
lost
truth of life
one.
and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Time to twirl!
I've lost another one.
Time to twirl!
Ready to
Roll
lose
this.
yourself?
You can fight it, or rock with it.
And roll this
Know who I
down.
am. This big diamond!
crowd today. Keep up.
What are you looking at? You don't look so good.
I keep going. He's got an ulti when needed.
Fighting is meaningless.
This song's for you.
He's doing. Alright.
Turn it up. Honored to meet me.
You. Fine, I guess we now.
I've no interest in
That'll work.
Pretty good crowd today.
What are you looking at?
No, that's gonna be an ulti.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Need a doctor? What's in your prescription?
Ready to jam.
Too late to repent. The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Let me tend your wounds. Do you know who
Way
I am?
down there. Go ham.
It's all yours.
Turn it up.
Strån.
Ready to jam.
The best, but I'll take it.
I've no interest in conflict.
This song's for you.
Should see the ulti before, maybe.
Time for an encore. You can fight it or rock with it.
Need a doctor?
Should be getting down though. There we go. The Eagle loot. Is there like no technique restoration? I can like this one though. All of them connected. Okay, I can't really get this one in. Feel this way. Nah. I mean, I guess we'll see. Oh, alright. Need to fill that one there. This one line is enough. Go in. Ah, I need to turn it. I'll wait there. Ah, that will do.
Pretty good crowd today.
That would kill her.
Turn it up.
Oh dear.
Elements for this guy. Unlucky.
The truth of life
Love
and
this
death.
one.
The sanctuary is but a vision.
Time to twirl.
That will do.
Are those monsters guarding the energy hub?
It seems like it. Huh. Strange. Fragmentum monsters would usually destroy man-made objects.
Another one.
Did you hear that? This mechanism must be on now. Come on, let's find the next one.
Where is the next mechanism? Oh, behind that gate.
There's no switch. We need to find a way around.
I've never seen such a desolate place. At least in Rivet Town, you could tell that people used to live there.
Rivet Town is only at the outstretched fingertips of the corrosion. Now...
Clockwise and counterclockwise, huh? Classic. Okay, need to get there. Let's do this first. Keep going. The portal there. Fragmentum phenomenon I haven't seen before. Twice to get too close, I better check in out Mr. Yang first. Another one. The Cavern of Corrosion. What kind of space the caverns are connected to. However, research does indicate the valuable reality data is often scattered within these caverns. As with the calyxes, derivatives of the fragmentum always carry unidentified risks. Exercise extra caution. These for like the weekly or something, I think. Feed enemies to obtain relics. Oh, is this another one to dunk some stamina in, right? Yes, you're right. I'll see how it is. 40 to down into this one. Okay. Special mechanism. Shields improved. That's pretty good. Too bad I don't really have a lot of them. There it is, alright. Wait, open all of them now. I see. Different sets we can farm. I haven't seen these ever. I think. Actually, maybe this one. Interesting. I'll get those. Sure. I'll be getting here anyway. Give me the loot. I'm gonna try to focus this guy actually. They're very annoying.
Time for the main event. Keep up!
Time to twirl! You don't look so good.
That will do. Shortcut to open.
Success! Another mechanism shut down.
I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you still remember those dreams you mentioned to us? I know you're wide awake right now, but I need you to try. See if you can recall the voice you heard.
Meditate. Sure. Train of thought deepens, the voice comes to you.
Well?
Eradicate who?
This is merely speculation, but perhaps the voice you heard is the Stellaron somehow conveying information to Cocolia, and the one in your body is resonating with the Stellaron on this world.
Huh? You mean that Stellarons can communicate? I've never heard that before.
Well, there's never been a human that could accommodate a Stellaron in their body.
Not really warn her.
Then, aren't we walking straight into a trap?
Yes. And Bronya may well be the bait.
Don Hung's speculations are usually right on the money. But even if we've guessed right, we can't go home now.
There's no way back anyway. At least Cocolia won't catch us off guard now. So what if it's an ambush? We're not about to lose now. I have to save Bronya, beat Cocolia, and crush this Stellaron thing to dust.
I'm not sure about that part of the plan.
Wow, good stuff.
That worksheet here. There we go. Turn more.
Right?
Oh, actually.
If you want to get to the other side, we'll need to rotate the gear bridge
Can you
again
get it
and
from
go
there?
around.
Oh, yeah, I see. I'll see. Another one. And run through the shortcut.
I love you guys.
Oh, shoot out, sir. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. 2 years. Feels good. Good morning. How we doing? What are you doing?
Time for the main event.
Turn it up! Honored to meet me. Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
The best is yet to come.
How's our life, Axel? Ready for that weekend, eh? There was some busy days there.
Are these echoes too?
Yes. The fragmentum here seems to have made a special connection with Cocolia. It's repeatedly generating forms in her image.
I bet it does.
Wow, good stuff.
Another one still, wait. Oh yeah, this one. Here you go. Didn't even touch it there. CSC Oxer, alright. That was alright, he was just chilling. It's just chilling there. The national holiday, CSA.
Effort, but we finally cracked these mechanisms.
Enjoy.
We're one step closer to Bronya. Let's move!
Sounds good. I can interact with those, right?
You still haven't told me what this place is, Mother.
700 years ago, this was Belobog's northern border, and the site of an ancient battle. Here is where Elisa Rand led the first Silvermane Guards in resistance against the Legion. Now, it is nothing more than an abandoned corridor, filled with the sounds of old-world echoes. Don't let its fragmented appearance fool you, Bronya. On the day the promise is fulfilled, these ruins will become the breeding ground of a new world.
Mother, do you truly believe the Stellaron's promise? It summoned the blizzard beyond our walls and opened the door of the Fragmentum. It destroyed our civilization.
Has issues with Discord? How so?
And yet,
Login?
the crime of our ancestors was their inability to embrace that destruction sooner.
What?
From the moment those intruders descended from beyond the sky, this world was handed a death sentence. But the Stellaron has reserved for us a thread of hope. There is a price to pay for new life, wiping away every decaying vestige of the old world, renouncing the meaningless and lingering struggle. This is the price.
The lags a lot, I see. Could be some server stuff. Happens sometimes.
Is fulfilled, Bronya. No longer will we have to squander our lives guarding this wasteland. You and I will witness the new world rise from the ruins.
No.
700 years is quite a lot to come to such conclusion. Why not earlier then?
I don't understand. Even if the truth is as you say, every generation of Guardian has resisted the call of the Stellaron. Can all of them have been wrong, Mother?
Do you still not see, Bronya? There is no right or wrong here. Some of them acted out of human pride, others out of human short-sightedness. Our ancestors, including Elisa Rand, spent their whole lives trying to prolong this civilization. Then, after all fell still, their memories were scattered by the blizzard. They spent lifetimes writing songs of praise that lauded the bravery of humanity, but couldn't spare the time to gaze up into the stars. To those entities of greater magnificence in the heavens above, 1,000 years is but a passing moment. The attainments of insignificant beings, nothing more than a footnote. I shall not follow the Guardian's misguided steps down that blind alley of narcissism. If persistence is futile, then one must choose a new beginning.
But Klipoth, the Preservation, are they not one of the magnificent entities you speak of? Is it not their strength that has sheltered Belobog this entire time?
The Preservation. Has the Preservation ever looked humanity in the eye? Nothing more than an arrogant delusion of the architects. You will hear the real voice of magnificence, Bronya. Then you will understand my choice.
A while to wipe everything for the clean slate. Program your own Discord from scratch, yeah, true. True. No, 1 sec, let's go. Actually, seems like there is a heal here.
Whoa,
There it
check
is.
this place out. Tables and sentry posts? There must have been Silvermane guards stationed here once.
If there were, they left a long time ago. There might be valuable information here. Shame we don't have time to look for it.
Looks like another completely new monster.
Considering where we are, it would be surprising if we didn't run into strange enemies here.
I don't care how strange it is. It's blocking our way. Let's get it.
What exactly you have there? Some frost and stormy wind. Electricity. Sure. The region. Still have a lot there.
Move carefully.
Let's go.
Sudden blast. No, he's like no abilities. Ah, I see. Oh, I see. Well, we still
The truth
have
of
this
life
though.
and death.
So
It's but a vision. Rules are made to be broken.
Do you know who I am?
random.
It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Let's make it quick.
I should do this first, probably. Whatever.
Oh dear.
This one would die, probably.
Fighting is meaningless.
Indeed,
Time to twirl!
all the silences. To use ulti. Let's do it.
Time what's in your prescription? How appropriate.
Just in case. Because I can't use the heal ability.
Let's go.
Didn't do shit.
Honored to meet me. Do you know who I am?
There we go.
It's all yours!
There's a lot of stuff going on there. Alright,
The
sure.
truth of life and death.
Sanctuary is but a vision.
This enemy is completely different. If I didn't know it was a product of the Fragmentum, I'd think we were fighting a human.
Unlike those random low-level Fragmentum creations, this one seems to have a mind of its own. It seems to be able to use complex tactics.
Look, Bronya and Kokolia's echoes. They must have come through here. That means we must be really close, right?
I sense that we're very near to the northern snow plains.
Where's the loot?
Worth our while.
This is where the first Guardian led the Silvermane Guards into battle. She made huge sacrifices for the sake of temporary respite. But the otherworldly Legion did not tire. She soon realized that flesh and blood could not contend with so ruthless an enemy. When all was nearly lost, she chose to set her sights on the Stellaron and made the first wish. As for what came later, you know as well as I.
So, the eternal freeze was a disaster brought about by a human wish?
Ironic, no? All the Stellaron did was answer humanity's call. And yet we kept its existence a closely guarded secret for centuries. Even going so far as to attempt to use it to control the Stellaron.
Hey Steve, good morning.
Laughable.
Good morning. How we doing?
It?
No, something created using otherworldly technology. An inhibitor that a corporation from the old world and the architects attempted to use to house the Stellaron. Oh, I know you have many questions, my daughter. Be patient. Soon you will have all the answers.
More loot. Well, we'll need to kill all this. Sure.
Rules are made to be broken.
Time to twirl!
Too late to repent. Let's make it quick.
Should I heal up?
What are you looking at?
Whatever.
Fighting is meaningless.
Time to twirl!
It'll take more than that.
Dear. Time for
Well.
your prescription!
Much
Honored to meet me.
Let's go.
Time to twirl! You don't look so good.
Fine.
Time to twirl!
No interest
Do
in
you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Fighting is meaningless.
He's gonna be annoying. Could use ulti, but whatever.
I won't break. Need a doctor?
I'm not worth. Continue. Show the chest. Where is it? That's the Giga chest there. Moment. Right there. Blow me wind the frost. Things like with silence. This one will be annoying. Let's
This will
try.
strengthen our.
Upgrade configured. A little something for everyone.
Holding C.
Move carefully.
Frost weakness is good, huh?
Just a scratch.
The truth of life and death.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Let's make it quick. Rules are made to be broken. For your sins.
Not knowing. Oh, that was the punishment for using the ulti, I guess, still? Ah, so you're getting that, I guess. Thought there is no more silence.
Who's next?
Whatever.
Oh dear.
No, it's over. Get him up.
One more at
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
much better.
This one up, further down. Ah, this one covered already. Come on. Stop the focus. What is this?
Let's go.
Insane focusing there.
Need a doctor?
Okay, you do it.
Much better.
It's not even that bad.
I've no interest in conflict.
Not even that bad.
For your sins.
Time for your
Fine.
I won't break. Time to twirl. Let me tend your wounds.
Nah. Just regular hits. Can go hard here though. I do still have the buff. Nice.
The
Try
truth
this.
of life and death.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
Fighting is meaningless.
Time to blast you.
Are made to be broken. Too late to repent.
What do you think? Need a doctor?
Much better.
I'll take it. Ah, still alive. Not anymore. Belsing failed. Going back into the game. Monkeys. What was that? In this fight, why would you do that? Oh boy. I guess some like maintenance or something going on. All of a sudden. Before need to redo. Oh, there's updated stuff. I see. I guess. Oh, I guess. Do you finish it already, Pony, though? How much is it then, even? How much stuff is there, even? I need to redo now. I really remember that we won. I wonder. Yeah, I can remember shit there. Well, fine, I guess. Same amount, let's say. Right, if I do this, I think I still should probably. Oh, this is not the silence, this is the punishment for. Oh yes, you're right. Well, that is fine.
Time to put in your prescription!
That is fine. Still could use the AoE here. Fine. Probably not even gonna be that bad.
Wanted to meet me?
Rules are made to be broken.
Bumping.
What are you looking at? I won't break.
Fine with
You
that.
know who I am. This big diamond!
What if it?
It's all yours! Time to twirl! Need a doctor? Spider-Man! How appropriate.
Just a scratch.
Is it again the same, or is it the bow now? Or different one? Okay, it's not the silence. At least it's not the silence.
Let's go.
Alright, gotta go slow. You can dig some.
Let me tend your wounds. How appropriate.
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary is but a vision. This is our chance.
Need a doctor?
Yes, I see. Nice. That's actually really good as well.
Time to put in your prescription!
Might as well.
No interest in conflict.
And then crits. No, that's the silence.
Honored to meet me.
I can still use it though. Tree down there. Stop it. There's a few there too, I see.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
This first though. Wouldn't down anyway, probably.
Let me tend your wounds.
Let's try and get all of them.
Don't worry about
Perfect.
Fighting is meaningless.
Time to switch your prescription!
I've no interest in conflict.
The truth of life and death.
The sanctuary
is but a vision. This is our chance.
Need a doctor?
I could go for it. For a little bit of a doctor. Disarm then. As the usual attack off, I would assume. Yeah, the basic attack, alright. Now we go for skills. Can use the regular attack on Bioda then. Can need a new.
The redemption. Let me tend your wounds.
Or maybe not. It's already over. Painful sometimes. This time we're good. This time we're good. No patches now, I guess. Alright. Super shoes. Let's fight there, too. Peace out, Paul. That was a good one. Alright, Normie, Fire, Wind. Frost? No frost. Electricity. Whatever. Get him. Imagine working Fridays again. I had no Fridays there.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
Had some free time with no Fridays then, eh?
Time to switch your prescription! How appropriate.
Let's make it quick.
Aren't you getting some day off soon, though? Isn't it supposed to? With like the coronation and everything. Some free day offs. Go in. Mondays off, I see. It just means we work on Fridays. We usually don't work Friday. You on 4 days. Are you already blessed by the future there?
Upgrade configured.
Fire electricity. Do this.
Here to crash the party?
Yes, he's up, I say. It's not that good then. That is not that good then. Yeah, this might be summoning detonation orders. I can keep this ulti.
No manners, huh? Who will it be? What are you looking at?
The build up. Oh yeah, there they are. That's fine. Alright. What does this do? This is ice resistance, I see.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight
Gotta
it.
summon the detonation, guys.
With it.
What you summon into me? Some garbo.
Everything is ordained by...
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Go a bit faster.
Not bad.
Okay, it's a bit painful.
Oh dear.
This song's
Do you
for
know
you.
who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
though. Couple of bounces. That will do. Again. Come on, dude. Pilot's kinda low there.
Who will it be?
Scary. And we can eat here. That's fine. That's good, huh? Alright, I'm gonna shoot, probably get the ulti there.
Ready to jam.
Do it. That's a bit annoying. It doesn't seem like something we want to take there, probably. It's fine.
Saving me won't earn you any favor.
Okay, that's painful.
That didn't count. Let's go again.
That's what we don't want to get hit with then. Build up.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it. Or rock with it.
Time to twirl! Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Who invited you?
Down you maybe? Almost. There's the one there.
Everything is ordained by the stars. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Yeah, but he was trying to regurgitate there. I think everything's dead. Oh boy.
Who will it be?
Time to twirl!
Time for the
Decent
main
burn.
event. Saving me won't earn you any favors.
On the base bounce in there. Okay, summons. On the win. One.
This song's for you.
The Q here. I get ulti there. Maybe.
Saving me won't earn you any favors.
Okay, perfect.
Time for
Perfect timing.
How appropriate. I'm breaking!
Still hurts. Ooh,
No manners, huh?
that might be pretty bad, eh?
Who will it be?
Time to twirl! Need a doctor?
Oh shit, I don't have this. Well, that wasn't that good, eh?
Pretty good crowd today.
I don't think I can down him here. Well, we'll try. One shot.
Where's the doctor?
Oof.
Who invited you?
Might end up kind of painful, I will say.
Everything is ordained. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
You live.
This song's
Good.
for you.
Turn it up!
Oh no, why so fast?
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
And you recover so fast, brother. Oh no. Okay.
Ready to lose yourself?
Way too
You
close.
can fight it. Or rock with it.
Time to twirl!
Man. Can you survive this? I can't. Alright. Dude, it's literally like the dot would go in probably and it'll be over there. Come on. Come the fuck on. I need to replace Herta maybe. Okay, the more fire there and stuff. Wait, what was that? The big boy was, it's also an optional one then.
Might as well beat it up before it attacks me.
Electricity wasn't even that good there, really. The normie stuff might be actually be good there. Instead, also hitting the rest. Unload this maybe too. Did the main stuff too while I'm at it, I guess. Because it's already time for coffee almost. Well, not almost, it already is. It actually is. Nobody got time for that. Actually, I'm not sure if I could open it. Yeah, that's the big boy. Well, that was almost good there. Nice, no fire there. Well, we can use you on. Fine.
That's it. This show. Time for an encore.
An entrance there.
Turn it up. Time to twirl.
This is our chance.
Then they get destroyed them.
Time to twirl. Need a doctor? Hiya!
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Yeah, this one. Fine,
It's
might as
that
well.
shadow of hers again. But Bronya's isn't with her this time.
It feels like this echo is different from the others before.
Intruders.
Did she just speak?
You cannot approach.
Not good. March, out the way!
The Stellaron. Intruders. You go no.
Fire, electricity. Well, the normie dude here is useless.
It may look like her, but the fragmentum can only create forgeries. Bring her down!
My tempo!
So this game's gonna be kind of pointless here. Still. The speed.
Are made to be broken.
With the speed.
What are you looking at? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Should save some AoEs maybe. Probably gonna be some reinforcement stuff. Whatever.
Ready to jam.
You are doomed to fail.
That's it.
And there they come.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it.
I don't think they're still gonna be gone.
With it.
Time to twirl!
Oh, this one is fire.
Keep up.
Time to twirl!
Let's go.
The rest of them still.
What are you looking at?
Much better.
A world devoured by ice. Witness the avalanche.
Alright, Fro's the only one that is actually getting you down there. Almost the only one.
Judgment of eternal winter.
Ah. That was the super avalanche there. I'll see what it is.
Time to ship what's in your prescription!
Turn it up!
Let's make it quick.
Okay, I think about keeping this one maybe. See the spider man, I'm not sure, I'm not sure. It's fine.
Pretty
That's
good
fine.
crowd today.
This is our chance. Rules are made to be broken.
The spider man, eh? Let's keep this one for the summons.
Need a doctor?
You are doomed to fail.
There they are.
Scratch.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours!
Thing is, we'll need to survive the big AoE again, though. That will be annoying. And this team is actually not doing much.
The eternal freeze.
Oh, here it comes. I'll get the AoE at least. Kinda need it. That might help, maybe.
Judgment of eternal winter.
Alright, good. And the heal up is very useful.
Ready to jam.
Turn it up!
After this one, she's probably gonna summon.
Honored to meet me.
Then I'm gonna sit on it for now.
Much better.
Keep up!
Tremble before my power.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Time to twirl!
Get twirled.
She disappeared.
Those stairs. It's the only way forward.
Wherever they lead, it must be the end of the journey.
I don't want to get to the end so soon. I want my journey to go on forever.
This means that
Dramatic.
Bronya is up ahead. And so is the fate of the overworld and the underworld. It's all in our hands. Strange. I thought I'd feel nervous or afraid, but I don't. The only feeling I have is that none of this seems real.
So it always ends, huh?
Not always. Sometimes it's a happier conclusion.
The Express has traveled world after world. We are merely passing travelers, witnesses to part of a grander story. We invariably avoid getting drawn into turbulence that can decide the fate of a world. But there are always times when we have no choice but to act.
Or to put it another way, this is one heck of a first trailblazing expedition. You hit the jackpot.
I was about to bore you all with my gloomy reflections, but on second thought, not today. Adventuring with you guys by my side has made me feel like no obstacle is too big.
Right on. But you can say whatever you like. A good adventure shouldn't be full of rules and regulations. Helping those in need, befriending those worth counting on, and saving the world a few times along the way.
Sure. Will they let me pick what to build for this shit? That's the real question. That is the real question. Then we can go get that coffee. Also, Major Wonder is still some of that. Ah, they will. Alright, good. Level not lower than 30. Fire, electricity. Fire, electricity, wind. Normal fire. A lot of fire you guys want. City we need I guess you can replace yourself there. Probably. Unlucky. There was no frost. No Twirling. Could try. See how that goes. So you can replace this one, I assume, right? Yeah, I see. The main character should be present. Get a hook, but need the level. Eh. Some other time.
It's freezing here. The blizzard's so fierce. The power from the Trailblaze path isn't enough to stop the cold.
It means that we're getting closer to the Stellaron, and the heart of the Eternal Freeze.
What is this? Oh, it's scary.
It's like an insect trapped in amber.
I bet the Antimatter Legion forces never thought they'd be swallowed up by the Eternal Freeze when they invaded this world. Even in the ice. Could these guys still be alive?
Just look like an insect, yeah. And they thought themselves. Even the Horsen. And his wood rangers scattered along the mountain path. The ruthless Antimatter Legion is helpless against the might of the Eternal Freeze. It's preserved remarkably well in the ice. Can help but wonder perhaps March 7th is right. The way you think that it's best not to unfreeze them.
Did the architects build this?
Very different from the uniform style of the buildings we saw in the city.
Does it look like the palm of a huge hand to you? If Cocolia threatens us by taking Bronya hostage...
We have to save her. The underworld... No. The entire planet relies on her.
Not Nils.
No. Do not resist, Bronya. Accept the common will.
No! I don't want this.
Look upon their promised future, Bronya. A world without poverty, without cold, without suffering. A world where people no longer have to pray like prisoners for survival. A world that we can guard for all eternity. 700 years ago, we tried and fought unceasingly, believing that the radiance of human nature could shepherd us towards rejuvenation. And to what end? A crushing defeat. Why, when faced with irrefutable strength, is our first thought always to resist? To cover our ears instead of hearing the call? It is the conceit and cowardice entrenched in the depths of human nature. So difficult to efface. Cast them aside. Break free of the chains that bind you. The Stellaron will lead humanity to evolve, and they will.
Your brainwashing ends here, you witch!
Zila?
You came. I thought the blizzards had entombed you.
60 say soon.
You wish. We're not going down before you do. Bronya! I don't know what happened between you and them. Even if you explained it to me, I probably wouldn't understand all the crazy details. But
Easy,
there
right?
are two things I do know. One, these guys have come through hell to get here, to seal this Stellaron thing. And two, do you remember what I said? If anything happened to you, I'd save you. Do you understand? Even if the damage is done, even if you've completely forgotten our promise, then I'm just gonna have to knock you out and bring you back myself.
Zila. All of
The
you.
Weebs, man.
Finished? I think I've given you long enough to bid farewell. It's time I told you my other reason for bringing you here. I want to witness your choice. I have told you all the truths there are to tell. The deal with the Stellaron, the wish I made to it. There are no more secrets between us. Many years ago, the voice of the Stellaron sounded in my ears for the first time. I was no different from the previous generations of Guardians. I withdrew, refused to hear. I was as you are now, bitterly defending the Architect's so-called preservation. My conviction was once steadfast, unparalleled. Until a sudden change arrived and threw everything into chaos. Another choice appeared before me. A subversion of the old order. And the welcoming of a new world. And compared to the illusory, ever more distant preservation, this was so tangible. I have agonized, long agonized over how to convey all this to you. Inevitably, the promised tomorrow will transpire. But if you were not there beside me, to watch over that new world,
It would be better to tell her, you know, before the shitfest. It would be way easier to convince.
torment. Bronya. Enduring torment. Perhaps I should be thanking you, outsiders. The pressure you have imposed has at long last compelled me to confront my final weakness. Bronya, throughout your life, I have never forced you to submit to my will. You have always, will always have a choice. As then, so now. Choose, my daughter.
Madame Cocolia, I am grateful to you for raising me and for allowing me the privilege of choice. But I am sorry, Mother. On this, our final occasion, I cannot stand with you. You say that conceit and cowardice lie in the depths of human nature. Perhaps you're right. Desperation sheds a light on the darkest recesses of the heart. What about those simply struggling for survival, fighting for something better? I've witnessed their light on the front lines, in the underworld, in places you have overlooked. Our ancestors built this city, striving in the bitter snow to prolong our civilization. Even if this world is doomed to fall apart, we should allow humanity to pave the way to its final outcome, not hand over our fate to the seed of ruin. We are guardians, Mother, chosen from among the masses. Our duty is to preserve the world built by humanity. We are not gods. We are not arbiters. You seek to crush human nature underfoot while masquerading as an arbiter and a god. I cannot let you.
So, this is your choice.
Huge earrings, yeah. The Okayeg's,
Pity. Such a pity that you will never see that resplendent world. Unable to free yourself from the shackles of your mind. You know what? You were supposed to be the mother of the new world.
The
mine.
The fate of
The boiled eggs, yeah.
of Belobog is sealed. Its future will unfold in our hands. And you will become the foundation of the new world.
Finns det Ronin?
You must break the old to build the new. The Supreme Guardian commands you! Rise, engine of creation!
It's one of the Architect's ancient machines! Watch out, all of you!
De super machines, eh?
This robot's 1,000 times bigger than Svarog.
See. Sure. No, no electricity here, just the fire. What is this, Kamaz? Did you scope me? No.
I don't remember inviting you.
It'll look cool in the cutscene, yeah.
Engine, break them!
We have to stop it!
Put this on. Ah, come on, we live too.
Keep up. Who invited you? Who will it be?
Just a scratch.
Fine.
Rules are made to be broken.
Build out some. Oh, that's the regen, alright, that's nice.
That's it.
A bit too fast there. That's good.
Fight it.
That was a good call.
With it.
Everything is ordained by the stars. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
This song's for you.
Alright, with Q here, with E on her.
Who will it be?
And Q here too. Actually. Oh yeah, I need a Q so I can heal. Yeah, whatever. Gotta get this one out of the way. Oh, what a heal botch.
How can we bring a giant like this down?
Time to split
There we go.
Pretty good crowd today.
What do you mean, Phony? In terms of like music and everything? I am. You can see. I sure am. That I sure am. Did they copyrighted music and stuff?
This song's for you.
9 stacks of gauge recollection. What's this one doing? Lose 1 stack after being hit. And then there's like probably some shit going on there. Yeah, I think I did enable it. If there was some, I don't remember actually. I did enable it somewhere. I don't remember if I did here. I still counted as 1 attack. Alright.
Let me tend your wounds.
Rules are made to be broken.
I don't think they use like a lot of licensed stuff here, to be honest. I doubt it. I doubt they have it. They usually kinda have the licensed stuff there. Or rather, not licensed, but their own. That still kinda hit in the end, I guess.
Himeko, it's Himeko.
Even just for falling.
Hello? Can you hear me? The signal's terrible.
Himeko, you finally spared a thought for us.
What are you talking about? Weldon, I've been up on the you the time.
got quite the trailblazing mission on your hands. So, how did that guy work? Or, importantly, how do you stop him from working? Over to you guys, I guess.
I'll cover you! Grab hold of me!
And the Giga stuff.
Behold, the power granted by them! Listen to the power surge! Sing!
Oh shit, Cassie, thank you. Thank you so much.
For this world.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Dispelled the antimatter legion
There's a lot of nuts. Thank you, thank you.
So too will it wipe you from the face of this world.
A mother of a deception. After the Giga scripted moments there. Probably better to just like chill with those, huh? Not attacking anything else here.
Let's make it quick.
Should I guess?
Humanity, so weak and foolish, always overestimating their abilities. Let me bestow upon you despair.
Hey Kagi, hello. How we doing, man? Thank you, Casey. Thank you for the dono. Appreciate it a lot. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't think I enabled everything in here, really. I did in Dead Island, I think. But yeah, I don't think I have anything like this here.
Is this the universe?
How's it going, Geek? How's
fighting
life?
Cocolia. Why am I here? The last time I came here, I drew Nanook's gaze. Could it be?
The commercial
Come
district
to
has
reality.
fallen. We've transferred the residents to the outer municipal districts for the time being. The garrison lost 26 fighters. But
Go on, Japard.
I'm not sure that they're dead. I saw their broken figures lingering in the fragmentum. What happened back there defied all reason. It was madness. Madam Guardian, if this continues...
I know well the consequences, Japard. You may leave.
Do we save do it?
Why do you hesitate, Cocolia? Isn't this what you've always been hoping for? Get out of this cage and take a look at the city. What is there to lose? The efforts of our predecessors, their unfinished research. We can finally see them come to fruition. Give me some soldiers and I'll locate the Stellaron and find out how to save our world.
need to come to your senses, Serval. Come to my senses? What are you... Guards! Miss Serval is tired. Take her to rest. Sequester her lab and detain the researchers. Their work is illegal. Why, Cocolia? Why have you grown so cold? Serval Landau. You were my most cherished friend.
There is no place for this new world.
No friends in the new world, eh?
Madam Cocolia, the monsters are surging this way. It's too dangerous here.
Foolish. Weak.
What? Madam, what are you saying?
Only I can understand. They have eyes that do not see, ears that do not hear. Feast on their willful ignorance! Absolve them of their stupidity and fear!
Mother, I still don't understand. The fragmentum corrosion has already spread to the underworld. How will those below ground fend for themselves if we withdraw every guard?
The automatons will ensure their safety. The most important defensive position is here on the surface. If our lines crumble, the underground will vanish in an instant. Our defenses here must be maintained at all costs. These are the choices we make, Bronya. As a leader, you must harbor the courage and foresight to choose. You, me, and every Silvermane guard in the city, all of us must carry out a higher mission. There will come a day when you must make your own choice. Do you understand?
Higher mission?
It is too early, Bronya. Still too early. You will understand when the time is right.
The city is drowning in tears. The power of the preservation is fading. We could not defy the will of the Stellaron after all. Yes, but we have no right to judge. The fragmentum had been expanding for the past 700 years. There is no faith nor wealth left for our successors. Only despair.
Spurgia.
To see the home we vowed to preserve wither away. That in itself is torture. Not to mention the haunting whisper of temptation. The day will come when even the strongest of wills cannot help but give in to such influence. It is only a matter of time before the Amber Lord forsakes us. You are but a stranger to us. And yet, you seek to bond your destiny to ours. So be it. What is there to lose when so much has already been lost? Touch the light of the Amber Trailblazer. See if your will can attract their gaze.
Get some eons. Got some new gear.
It can't be. The will of preservation has made its choice.
Nothing of the plight of this world. Nothing of the wait for its final end.
Even if we are doomed to destruction, we will go bravely, walking hand in hand into the darkness.
No, that end won't come to pass while we're around.
To brave new world.
Stay alert.
It's gonna be annoying, alright. Locked on, alright. Oh, we have the super shield there. Taunt, see.
Defend the weak.
I don't remember inviting you.
I guess that
Found
is.
secrets of the stars. Give these trailblazers your blessing.
A guest with no manners, huh?
A gift from the stars. Saving me won't earn you a favor.
I'm on guard.
The Magna Wheel. Accumulated when attacked. I see. 4 stacks of Magma will be used in the hand's basic attack. Alright, QEE. Probably. Not sure if I should stack the ulti, but I feel like there will be summons later. I should actually blast it anyway.
Who will it be?
Yeah, we're kinda good for now. Here is the summons. Can do that. The engine of creation activated. Destroy Lance of the Eternal Freeze. Oh, so this is now on our side there, I say. Target's action can charge the engine of creation and unleash preservation creation's wrath. So I'll pop the ulti there. Whatever. Oh, here we go with this. What's this though? Fire damage for enemies. It enhances.
Lamps
not?
ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Time for the main event.
Let's rock. Who invited you?
Pop this one while I'm at it too.
Nice teamwork. I'm on guard.
Oh, we have this enhanced. Might
Ready
as well.
to lose yourself?
Sure, there's gonna be summons there.
Rock with it.
Keep up.
Who will it be?
Everything's
Of
ridiculous.
stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Should I keep this one for when the swords drop though? I think I might.
Not a scratch. The Stellaron changes everything.
Nice time.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up. No manners, huh?
This song's for you.
Keep up.
But lost them.
Lands at the ready.
Oh, we have enough lines. Wait with that a bit. Fine.
Lance! Forward!
Let me tend your wounds.
I think he will be fine.
Pretty good crowd today.
Turn it up.
Who will it be? Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
You will not take away our home.
And there it comes. I see. Fucking smashed completely there. I see. Oh, the imprisonment.
Nice teamwork.
And there's no DMCU free, that's the thing. There is no setting for that apparently.
The power of the Stellaron is with me.
There it is, I guess.
You are but cinders of the old world, soon to become ashes. Translates into hope.
Time for an
I'm on guard.
Got the win.
Nice teamwork.
Everything's ordained. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
This song's for you.
Lance ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Pretty good crowd today.
Thank you. We'll need that either.
Let me tend your wounds.
Saving me will
Okay.
earn you in favor.
The imprisonment though.
Who will it be?
Lance at the ready.
Could use the engine here. Actually, let's do it. Why not?
Time for the main event.
Shouldn't it free? No? Kiwi. Okay, did free actually, maybe? I'll see. There she is.
I'm on guard.
Song's for you.
Let's go with a few here.
The only redemption.
Another one.
Who will it be?
Let me tend your wounds.
Build up the creation engine and we're good. There it is.
Power translates into hope.
Ah, shit. They earlier. Annoying.
Saving me won't earn
But lost it earlier, I showed that.
no manners, huh? Everything's ordained. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Engulf the past.
Lance ablaze. Lance! Forward!
Hade böngare.
The Stellaron promised us the future. It will engulf everything.
Chelsea House in one.
It's over.
Mother, did you wake up from that dream?
Wow. That was a tough trailblazing expedition. We made it! But, what are we gonna do with the Stellaron? It's usually Mr. Yang who handles it.
I've informed Himiko and Mr. Yang already. They'll seal the Stellaron.
Nice! The crisis on this world is basically over, right?
The storm still rages on. Now that the Stellaron is sealed, the eternal freeze will slowly recede. Fragmentum won't aggressively expand anymore, but nor will it disappear. Eurilo 6 has a chance to return to life, but it will take time.
What about the Legion boys? He will be getting out of the ice now.
It will depend on the efforts of the people here.
Thank you. All of you. This victory is only the beginning for Belobog. There is still much to do. The people will have felt the effects of the engine of creation. There are so many questions to answer, so many truths to reveal. I don't know whether I can get the people to accept all this. Can I really do that?
Another round of cover-up.
Tell everyone about Mother's true motives? About a lie perpetrated for 700 years?
No. No. No way.
Seele.
I don't know how to explain it, but I don't think there's any other way. In the underworld, we tell the kids, things will be better tomorrow. Everyone knows it's a lie, but it gets them to sleep with some hope. Can you imagine the consequences if we told the people what happened here? They'd be devastated. If we can't trust the Guardians, who or what can we trust?
Mother died to preserve Belobog.
Yeah, maybe Putty, maybe. They probably will farm the new regions first, at least, though.
What?
And then maybe.
The visitors from beyond the sky told her the secret of the Stellaron. She knew that Alyssa Rand, the first Supreme Guardian, had failed to destroy it. And yet, she decided to challenge its power. A power beyond human comprehension. Supreme Guardian Cocolia sacrificed herself to dispel the dark clouds enveloping this city. From here on out, that's the truth the world will hear. What do you think?
It keeps the hope of preservation alive, at least.
It's logical, and hard to disprove.
Why do we have to lie? I'm abstaining. I like telling the truth. But I get what you're trying to do.
Why not? Sure.
Thank you for understanding. For many people, Mother was an outstanding guardian. The whole truth will live on in my mind. All the mistakes, madness, evil, dreams therein. I will be the one to carry that burden. Now, I must take over the duties of the Supreme Guardian and discard my naive fantasies. I'm sorry, Seele. Please, protect this secret with me till the end of our lives.
Say no more. I know what to do.
Thank you. Well then, as promised, let's start rebuilding the bridge between the overworld and the underworld.
Or exactly the Stellaron boys then.
Zila, can you tell everyone
In
in
the
the underworld
end.
that Stellaron has been sealed? Tell them the blockade will soon be over, and they will breathe freely again soon.
Of course. Leave it to me. Nat's probably getting anxious about the delay.
The no sealing there.
While you do that, I'll head back to the administrative district. I need to tell Jabard and Serve.
Are you okay? What's wrong, Branya? Do you feel sick?
I'm fine. I need to hurry.
She's exhausted. Quick, we need to think of something. You, help me out here.
I can do this, I guess.
I almost forgot. You're still wanted by the guards. I might be an underworlder, but at least I don't stand out as much as you guys. That's settled then. I'll leave Nat to you. Remember to keep the secret. For Brun... No. For Belobog's sake.
So,
Sure.
wanna tell us what happened back there? Don't think you can just reappear on the battlefield with a cool weapon in your hands and skip the story. You drew the Amber Lord's gaze? Right at that moment? That's too much of a coincidence.
So doing it every time then.
He probably doesn't know what happened either. This wouldn't be the first time. Something similar happened when we faced the Doomsday Beast on the space station. Remember that glance from Nanook? Originally, we thought it was because the Stellaron was linked to the destruction. But now it seems to be more than that. We might need to speak with Mr. Yang to understand what's going on. Let's focus on the business at hand first. We shouldn't disrupt Himiko and Mr. Yang while they're dealing with the Stellaron. Let's talk once we're back on the Express.
You're right. We need to finish what we started. Let's hurry up and find Natasha.
You're at a new path now. And the fire one now. I did it the same way too. Wasn't the Genshin. Switching the paths. Change the path. It just says like characters to change paths. Gonna be maybe multiple ones later. There's a damn preservation there. Change your light code and relics. Alright. I'll see. Dalton shield seems kinda nice. Might be good in some encounters, some of the... What was the name? The new one to dump the stubborn in. And there was the shield empowering. That might be nice. Send relics and light codes for each path. Yeah, that's true. That is true. In general, should be some sort of like sets for characters also. I guess they assume you just have like a whole bunch of them, really. So you can just switch no problems. Just press the recommended gear and you're good. That means I will be able to... Oh yeah, the cavern had the shield buff there. So I could do that. Let me see. I actually should do some, I think. Just to waste a little of that stamina. Yeah, this one I still need to... Wait, which one was that? That's a new one, right? Who that? Ah, I see. The big boy is also still there. Okay, let's get some of these then, real quick. As the ice damage increases, right? wind damage too. I mean, that's kind of nice. Oh, this one, the quantum damage. And this I already have one. This could be kind of actually nice on the tanky PP again. The damage taken reduction. Some auto heal. Be okay. Oh, whatever, let's try this maybe. It's gonna waste some stamina real quick. Some more stamina wasting in the evening. Which one was that? Ain't nobody got time for that. What do we have here? Normie wind, electricity. Alright, 2 winds, 2 normies. Oh, some electricity, but frost also was there. Spawn this real quick. Oh, real quick and get that coffee.
This is our chance.
Electricity there. Oh, whatever.
What are you looking at? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl! Oh,
What was the special ability on this thingy? Didn't check that. Yep, yeah. Still not for long, eh?
No interest in conflict.
Brings the big horse in.
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Might get a bit annoying.
Let's make it quick.
I will have some. That should be good though.
Made to be broken.
I get to whirl them. I think I can down him. Set it this for now.
I've no interest in conflict.
Skew here. Oh wait, that was a bad idea actually. Had a target on me. Actually, unless it disappeared when I stunned him. Maybe it did, eh?
Let's go.
Up some more. Oh, that's good.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond!
Nice, Cody, nice.
Let's make it
gaming time again, eh? That's a good type of time, eh? That's fine. That's annoying though. Oh, it rolled too, that was convenient.
Let's go.
We have this, but I still need a heal though.
Let me tend your wounds.
Much better.
The truth of life and death.
Got it down, but whatever.
But the vision.
That's fine. going down. Could even just hit probably. Would already work. Ooh, nice. Is this set? Oh, you just get a bunch of a whole bunch here, right? That's nice. Okay, 130. That will be 4, like 40 then, right? I think it should be good. I might as well maybe get another one then, fine, real quick. That was fast anyway. Sure. Let's do it real quick.
This is our chance.
Check again what was the special thing going on here.
Rules are made to be broken.
The memes probably always will arrive, one way or another.
Oh dear.
We'll see what exactly. Something will.
You don't look so good.
I would assume. That's the case. That's fine.
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
Do you know who I am? This big giant!
Drop the ball.
It's all yours! Top one is your prescription!
Some heals back up. That's convenient healing there. Alvira.
Let me tend your wounds.
Much better. No interest in conflict.
Should survive this.
Let's make it quick.
Let's be good targeting on my end there.
What are you looking at?
Rules are made to be broken.
Goose. Alright, this one should die, I think, already. To the freeze and everything. Fine. Play safe.
Much better. Fighting is meaningless.
Stop. All is even the pay.
No interest in.
I should go for you there.
Honored to meet me. Need a doctor?
Fine.
Your prescription!
Get him.
What are you looking at?
I'm gonna get him.
Much better.
Actually, should probably, yeah. These two would get him.
Fighting is meaningless.
Fine. More shoot. Oh, it's the armor from the same set, right? The ice stuff, alright. Quick increase there. Alright. Might be nice. Alright, farm that shoot. I still need to do this. Still 2 days here. I need to do some of these too. Still no ecos and stuff. Gotta find that stuff to still. Farming the Chibos. Can do some gumbo tomorrow maybe. get some good stuff. Hopefully. Or maybe not. Farm everything.